16th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, annotated with historical background and the determination of income. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michelle froA, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in July 2021. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection, the 16th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived, without apportionment among the several states, and without regard to any census or enumeration. That is the amendment. Now, the historical background. The ratification of the 16th Amendment was the direct consequence of the Court's 1895 decision in Pollock v. Farmers Loan and Trust Company, holding unconstitutional Congress's attempt of the previous year to tax incomes uniformly throughout the United States. A tax on incomes derived from property, footnote. The Court conceded that taxes on incomes from professions, trades, employments, or vocations levied by this act were excise taxes and therefore valid. The entire statute, however, was voided on the ground that Congress never intended to permit the entire burden of the tax to be borne by professions, trades, employments, or vocations after real estate and personal property had been exempted. End footnote. A tax on income derived from property, the Court declared, was a direct tax, which Congress, under the terms of Article 1, Sections 2 and 9, could impose only by the rule of apportionment according to population. Scarcely 15 years earlier, the justices had unanimously sustained the collection of a similar tax during the Civil War, the only other occasion preceding the 16th Amendment in which Congress had used this method of raising revenue. During the years between the Pollock decision in 1895 and the ratification of the 16th Amendment in 1913, the Court gave evidence of a greater awareness of the dangerous consequences to national solvency that Pollock threatened, and partially circumvented the threat either by taking refuge in redefinitions of direct tax or by emphasizing the history of excise taxation. Thus, in a series of cases, notably Nicole v. Ames, Knowlton v. Moore, and Patton v. Brady, the Court held the following taxes to have been levied merely upon one of the incidents of ownership, and hence to be excises: a tax that involved affixing revenue stamps to memoranda evidencing the sale of merchandise on commodity exchanges, an inheritance tax, and a war revenue tax upon tobacco, on which the hitherto imposed excise tax had already been paid, and that was held by the manufacturer for resale. Under this approach, the Court found it possible to sustain a corporate income tax as an excise measured by income on the privilege of doing business in corporate form. The adoption of the 16th Amendment, however, put an end to speculation whether the Court, unaided by constitutional amendment, would persist along these lines of construction until it had reversed its holding in Pollock. Indeed, in its initial appraisal of the amendment, it classified income taxes as being inherently indirect. The command of the amendment that all income taxes shall not be subject to apportionment by a consideration of the sources from which the taxed income may be derived forbids the application to such taxes of the rule applied in the Pollock case, by which alone such taxes were removed from the great class of excises, duties, and imports subject to the rule of uniformity, and were placed under the other or direct class. The 16th Amendment conferred no new power of taxation, but simply prohibited the previous complete and plenary power of income taxation possessed by Congress from the beginning from being taken out of the category of indirect taxation to which it inherently belonged. And now, the determination of income. Building upon definitions formulated in cases construing the Corporation Tax Act of 1909, the court initially described income as, quote, gain derived from capital, from labor, or from both combined, inclusive of the profit gained through a sale or conversion of capital assets, end quote. In the following array of factual situations, it subsequently applied this definition to achieve results that have been productive of extended controversy. Corporate dividends, when taxable. Rendered in conformity with the belief that all income, in the ordinary sense of the word, became taxable under the 16th Amendment, the earliest decisions of the court on the taxability of corporate dividends occasioned little comment. Emphasizing that in all such cases the stockholder is to be viewed as a different entity from the corporation, the court in Lynch v. Hornby held that a cash dividend equal to 24% of the par value of the outstanding stock, and made possible largely by the conversion into money of assets earned prior to the adoption of the amendment, was income taxable to the stockholder for the year in which he received it. Notwithstanding that such an extraordinary payment might appear, quote, to be a mere realization in possession of an inchoate and contingent interest of the stockholder, in a surplus of corporate assets previously existing, end quote. In Peabody v. Eisner, decided on the same day and deemed to have been controlled by the preceding case, the court ruled that a dividend paid in the stock of another corporation, although representing earnings that had accrued before ratification of the amendment, was also taxable to the shareholder as income. The dividend was likened to a distribution in specie. 2 years later, the court decided Eisner v. Macomber, and the controversy that decision precipitated still endures. Departing from the interpretation placed upon the 16th Amendment in the earlier cases, i.e., that the purpose of the amendment was to correct the error committed in Pollock and to restore income taxation to the category of indirect taxation to which it inherently belonged, Justice Pitney, speaking for the court in Eisner, indicated that the 16th Amendment did not extend the taxing power to new subjects, but merely removed the necessity which otherwise might exist for an apportionment among the states of taxes laid on income. The decision gave the term income a restrictive meaning. Specifically, the court held that a stock dividend was capital when received by a stockholder of the issuing corporation, and did not become taxable as income until sold or converted, and then only to the extent that a gain was realized upon the proportion of the original investment that such stock represented. A stock dividend, Justice Pitney maintained, far from being a realization of profits of the stockholder, tends rather to postpone such realization, in that the fund represented by the new stock has been transferred from surplus to capital and no longer is available for actual distribution. We are clear that not only does a stock dividend really take nothing from the property of the corporation and add nothing to that of the shareholder, but that the antecedent accumulation of profits evidenced thereby, while indicating that the shareholder is richer because of an increase of his capital, at the same time shows that he has not realized or received any income in the transaction. But conceding that a stock dividend represented a gain, the The justice concluded that the only gain taxable as income under the amendment was a gain, a profit, something of exchangeable value proceeding from the property, severed from the capital, however invested or employed, and coming in, being derived, that is, received or drawn by the recipient, the taxpayer, for his separate use, benefit, and disposal. That is income derived from property. Nothing else answers the description, including a gain accruing to capital, not a growth or increment of value in the investment. Although the court has not overturned the principle it asserted in Eisner v. Macomber, it has significantly narrowed its application. The court treated as taxable income new stock issued in connection with a corporate reorganization designed to move the place of incorporation. The fact that a comparison of the market value of the shares in the older corporation immediately before with the aggregate market value of those shares plus the dividend shares immediately after, the dividend showed that the stockholders experienced no increase in aggregate wealth, was declared not to be a proper test for determining whether taxable income had been received by these stockholders. The court viewed the shareholders as essentially exchanging a stock in the old corporation for stock in the new corporation. By contrast, the court held that no taxable income resulted from the mere receipt by a stockholder of rights to subscribe for shares in a new issue of capital stock, the intrinsic value of which was assumed to be in excess of the issuing price. The right to subscribe was declared to be analogous to a stock dividend, and only so much of the proceeds obtained upon the sale of such rights as represented a realized profit over cost to the stockholders was deemed to be taxable income. Similarly, on grounds of consistency with Eisner v. Macomber, the court has ruled that a dividend in common stock paid to holders of preferred stock and a dividend in preferred stock paid to holders of common stock, because they gave the stockholders an interest different from that represented by their prior holdings, constituted income taxable under the 16th Amendment. Corporate earnings when taxable. On at least two occasions, the court has rejected as untenable the contention that a tax on undistributed corporate profits is essentially a penalty rather than a tax, or that it is a direct tax on capital and hence is not exempt from the requirement of apportionment. Because the exaction was permissible as a tax, its validity was held not to be impaired by its penal objective, which was to force corporations to distribute earnings in order to create a basis for taxation against the stockholders. As to the added contention that because liability was assessed upon a mere purpose to evade imposition of surtaxes against stockholders, the tax was a direct tax on a state of mind. The court replied that, quote, while the existence of the defined purpose was a condition precedent to the imposition of the tax liability, this did not prevent it from being a true income tax within the meaning of the 16th Amendment, end quote. Subsequently, in Halvering v. Northwest Steel Mills, this appraisal of the constitutionality of the undistributed profits tax was buttressed by the following observation, quote, it is true that the surtax is imposed upon the annual income only if it is not distributed, but this does not serve to make it anything other than a true tax on income within the meaning of the 16th Amendment. Nor is it true that because there might be an impairment of the capital stock, the tax on the current annual profit would be the equivalent of a tax upon capital. Whether there was an impairment of the capital stock or not, the tax was imposed on profits earned during a definite period, a tax year, and therefore on profits constituting income within the meaning of the 16th Amendment. End quote. Likening a cooperative to a corporation, Federal courts have also declared to be taxable income the net earnings of a farmers' cooperative, a portion of which was used to pay dividends on capital stock without reference to patronage. The argument that such earnings were in reality accumulated savings of its patrons that the cooperative held as their bailee was rejected as unsound because, quote, while those who might be entitled to patronage dividends have an interest in such earnings, such interest never ripens into an individual ownership until and if a patronage dividend is declared, end quote. Had such net earnings been apportioned to all of the patrons during the year, there might be a more serious question as to whether such earnings constituted income of the cooperative within the amendment. Similarly, the power of Congress to tax the income of an unincorporated joint stock association has been held to be unaffected by the fact that under state law, the association is not a legal entity and cannot hold title to property, or by the fact that the shareholders are liable for its debts as partners. Whether subsidies paid to corporations in money or in the form of grants of land or other physical property constitute taxable income has also concerned the court. In Edwards v. Cuba Railroad, it ruled that subsidies of lands, equipment, and money paid by Cuba for the construction of a railroad were not taxable income, but were to be viewed as having been received by the railroad as a reimbursement for capital expenditures in completing such project. On the other hand, sums paid out by the federal government to fulfill its guarantee of minimum operating revenue to railroads during the 6 months following relinquishment of their control by that government were found to be taxable income. Such payments were distinguished from those excluded from computation of income in the preceding case, in that the former were neither bonuses, nor gifts, nor subsidies, that is, contributions to capital. Other corporate receipts deemed to be taxable as income include the following. 1. Insiders' profits, realized by a director and stockholder of a corporation from transaction in its stock, which, as required by the Securities and Exchange Act, are paid over to the corporation. 2. Money received as exemplary damages for fraud or as the punitive 2/3 portion of a treble damage antitrust recovery. And 3. Compensation awarded for the fair rental value of trucking facilities operated by the taxpayer under control and possession of the government during World War II, for in the last instance the government never acquired title to the property and had not damaged it beyond ordinary wear. Gains, when taxable. Although economic gain is not always taxable as income, it is settled that the realization of gain need not be in cash derived from the sale of an asset. Thus, when through forfeiture of a lease, a landlord became possessed of a new building erected on his land by the outgoing tenant, the resulting gain to the former was taxable to him in that same year. The fact that the gain is a portion of the value of the property received by the landlord does not negative its realization. It is not necessary to recognition of a taxable gain that the landlord should be able to sever the improvement begetting the gain from his original capital. Hence, the taxpayer was incorrect in contending that the amendment does not permit the taxation of such a gain without apportionment amongst the states. Consistent with this holding, the court has also ruled that when an apartment house was acquired by bequest subject to an unassumed mortgage, and several years later was sold for a price slightly in excess of the mortgage, the basis for determining the gain from that sale was the difference between the selling price, undiminished by the amount of the mortgage, and the value of the property at the time of the acquisition, less deductions for depreciation during the years the building was held by the taxpayer. The latter's contention that the Revenue Act, as thus applied, taxed something that was not revenue was declared to be unfounded. As against the argument of a donee that a gift of stock became a capital asset when received, and that therefore, when disposed of, no part of that value could be treated as taxable income to said donee, the court has declared that it was within the power of Congress to require a donee of stock who sells it at a profit to pay income tax on the difference between the selling price and the value when the donor acquired it. Moreover, receipt in cash or property not being the only characteristic of realization of income to a taxpayer on a cash receipt basis, it follows that one who is normally taxable only on the receipt of interest payments cannot escape taxation thereon by giving away his right to such income in advance of payment. When the taxpayer does not receive payment of income in money or property, realization may occur when the last step is taken by which he obtains the fruition of the economic gain which has already accrued to him. Hence, an owner of bonds, reporting on the cash receipts basis, who clipped interest coupons therefrom before their due date and gave them to his son, was held to have realized taxable income in the amount of said coupons, notwithstanding that his son had collected them upon maturity later in the year. Income from illicit transactions. In United States v. Sullivan, the court held that gains derived from illicit traffic were taxable income under the Act of 1921. Justice Holmes wrote for the unanimous court, quote, "We see no reason why the fact that a business is unlawful should exempt it from paying the taxes that, if lawful, it would have to pay." End quote. Consistent with that decision, although not without dissent, the court ruled that Congress has the power to tax as income monies received by an extortioner, and more recently that embezzled money is taxable income of an embezzler in the year of embezzlement. Quote, "When a taxpayer acquires earnings, lawfully or unlawfully, without the consensual recognition, express or implied, of an obligation to repay, and without restriction as to their disposition, he has received income which he is required to return, even though it may still be claimed that he is not entitled to retain the money, and even though he may still be adjudged liable to restore its equivalent." End quote. Deductions and exemptions. The authorization contained in the 16th Amendment to tax income from whatever source derived does not preclude Congress from granting exemptions. Thus, the fact that, quote, "under the Revenue Acts of 1913, 1916, 1917, and 1918, stock fire insurance companies were taxed upon their income, including gains realized from the sale or other disposition of property accruing subsequent to March 1st, 1913, end quote, but were not so taxed by the Revenue Acts of 1921, 1924, and 1926, did not prevent Congress, under the terms of the Revenue Act of 1928, from taxing all the gain attributable to increase in value after March 1st, 1913, that such a company realized from a sale of property in 1928. The constitutional power of Congress to tax a gain being well established, the court found Congress competent to choose the moment of its realization and the amount realized, and its failure to impose a tax upon the increase in value in the earlier years cannot preclude it from taxing the gain in the year when realized. Congress is equally well equipped with the power to condition, limit, or deny deductions from gross incomes in order to arrive at the net that it chooses to tax. Accordingly, even though the rental value of a building used by its owner does not constitute income within the meaning of the amendment, Congress was competent to provide that an insurance company shall not be entitled to deductions for depreciation, maintenance, and property taxes on real estate owned and occupied by it, unless it includes in its computation of gross income the rental value of the space thus used. Also, a taxpayer who erected a $3 million office building on land, the unimproved worth of which was $660,000, and who subsequently purchased the lease on the latter for $2,100,000, is entitled to compute depreciation over the remaining useful life of the building on that portion of $1,440,000, representing the difference between the price and the unimproved value, as may be allocated to the building. But he cannot deduct the $1,440,000 as a business expense incurred in eliminating the cost of allegedly excessive rentals under the lease, nor can he treat that sum as a prepayment of rent to be amortized over the 21-year period that the lease was to run. Diminution of loss. Mere diminution of loss is neither gain, profit, nor income. Accordingly, one who in 1913 borrowed a sum of money to be repaid in German marks, and who subsequently lost the money in a business transaction, cannot be taxed on the curtailment of debt effected by using depreciated marks in 1921 to settle a liability of $798,144 for $113,688, the saving having been exceeded by the loss on the entire operation. End of 16th Amendment to the United States Constitution and Annotations 1 and 2 by Constitution Annotated at constitution.congress.gov.
"16 Years Without a Birthday" by Brander Matthews. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. 16 Years Without a Birthday. While the journalist deftly dealt with the lobster a la Newburgh as it bubbled in the chafing dish before him, the deep-toned bell of the church at the corner began to strike 12. "Give me your plates, quick," he said, "and we'll drink Jack's health before it's tomorrow." The artist and the soldier and the professor of mathematics did as they were told, and then they filled their glasses. The journalist, still standing, looked the soldier in the eye and said, "Jack, this is the first time the quartet has met since the old school days, 10 years ago and more. That this reunion should take place on your birthday doubles the pleasure of the occasion. We wish you many happy returns of the day." Then the artist and the mathematician rose also, and they looked at the soldier and repeated together, "Many happy returns of the day." Whereupon they emptied their glasses and sat down, and the soldier rose to his feet. "Thank you, boys," he began. "But I think you've already made me enjoy this one birthday 3 times over. It was yesterday that I was 26, and—" "But I didn't meet you till last night," interrupted the journalist. "And yesterday was Sunday, and I couldn't get a box for the theater and find the other half of the quartet all on a Sunday, could I?" "I'm not complaining, because yesterday was my real birthday," the soldier returned. "Even if you have now protracted the celebration on to the 3rd day, it's just struck midnight, you know. All I have to say is that since you have given me a triplicate birthday this time, any future anniversary will have to spread itself over 4 days if it wants to beat the record. That's all." And he took his seat again. "Well," said the artist, who had recently returned from Paris, "that won't happen till we see the week of the 4 Thursdays, as the French say." "And we shan't see that for a month of Sundays, I guess," the journalist rejoined. There was a moment of silence, and then the mathematician spoke for the first time. "A quadruplex birthday will be odd enough, I grant you," he began. "But I don't think it quite as remarkable as the case of the lady who had no birthday for 16 years after she was born." The soldier and the artist and the journalist all looked at the professor of mathematics, and they all smiled, but his face remained perfectly grave. "What's that you say?" asked the journalist. 16 years without a birthday? Isn't that a very large order?" "Did you know the lady herself?" inquired the soldier. "She was my grandmother," the mathematician answered. "She had no birthday for the first 16 years of her life." "You mean that she did not celebrate her birthdays, I suppose," the artist remarked. "That's nothing. I know lots of families where they don't keep any anniversaries at all." "No," persisted the mathematician, "I meant what I said, and precisely what I said. My grandmother did not keep her first 15 birthdays because she couldn't. She didn't have them to keep. They didn't happen. The first time she had a chance to celebrate her birthday was when she completed her 16th year, and I need not tell you that the family made the most of that event." "This is a real grandmother you're talking about?" asked the journalist, "and not a fairy godmother?" "I could understand her going without a birthday till she was 4 years old," the soldier suggested, "if she was born on the 29th of February. "That accounts for 4 years," the mathematician admitted, "since my grandmother was born on the 29th of February. "In what year?" the soldier pursued. "In 1796? The professor of mathematics nodded. "Then that accounts for 8 years," said the soldier. "I don't see that at all," exclaimed the artist. "It's easy enough," the soldier explained. "The year 1800 isn't a leap year, you know. We have a leap year every 4 years, except for the final year of a century, 1700, 1800, 1900. "I didn't know that," said the artist. "I'd forgotten it," said the journalist, "but that gets us over only half of the difficulty. He said his grandmother didn't have a birthday till she was 16. We can all see now how it was she went without this annual luxury for the first 8 years. But who robbed her of the birthdays she was entitled to when she was 8 and 12? That's what I want to know." "Born February 29th, 1796. The Gregorian calendar deprives her of a birthday in 1800, the soldier said. But she ought to have had her first chance February 29th, 1804. I don't see how," and he paused in doubt. "Oh!" he cried suddenly. "Where was she living in 1804? "Most of the time in Russia," the mathematician answered, "although the family went to England for a few days early in the year." "What was the date they left Russia?" asked the soldier eagerly. "They sailed from St. Petersburg in a Russian bark on the 10th of February," answered the professor of mathematics, "and owing to headwinds they did not reach England for a fortnight." "Exactly," cried the soldier. "That's what I thought. That accounts for it." "I don't see how," the artist declared. "That is, unless you mean to suggest that the Tsar confiscated the little American girl's birthday and sent it to Siberia." "It's plain enough," the soldier returned. "We have the reformed calendar, the Gregorian calendar, you know, and the Russians haven't. They keep the old Julian calendar, and it's now 10 days behind ours. They celebrate Christmas 3 days after we've begun the new year. So if the little girl left St. Petersburg in a Russian ship on February 10th, 1804, by the old reckoning, and was on the water 2 weeks, she would land in England after March 1st by the new calendar." "That is to say," the artist inquired, "this little girl came into an English port thinking she was going to have her birthday the next week, and when she set foot on shore she found out that her birthday was past the week before. Is that what you mean?" "Yes," answered the soldier, and the mathematician nodded also. "Then all I have to say," the artist continued, "is that it was a mean trick to play on a child that had been looking forward to her first birthday for 8 years, to knock her into the middle of next week in that fashion." "And she had to go 4 more years for her next chance," said the journalist. "Then she would be 12. But you said she hadn't had a birthday till she was 16. How did she lose the one she was entitled to in 1808? She wasn't on a Russian ship again, was she?" "No," the mathematician replied. "She was on an American ship that time." "On the North Sea?" asked the artist. "No," was the calm answer. "On the Pacific." "Sailing east or west?" cried the soldier. "Sailing east," answered the professor of mathematics, smiling again. "Then I see how it might happen," the soldier declared. "Well, I don't," confessed the artist. The journalist said nothing, as it seemed unprofessional to admit ignorance of anything. "It's simple enough," the soldier explained. "You see, the world is revolving about the sun steadily, and it is always high noon somewhere on the globe. The day rolls around unceasing, and it is not cut off into 24 hours. We happen to have taken the day of Greenwich and Paris as the day of civilization, and we say that it begins earlier in China and later in California, but it is all the same day, we say. Therefore, there has to be some place out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean where we lose or gain a day. If we are going east, we gain it. If we are going west, we lose it. Now, I suppose this little girl of 12 was on her way from some Asiatic port to some American port, and they stopped on their voyage at Honolulu. Perhaps they dropped anchor there just before midnight on their February 28, 1808, thinking that the morrow would be the 29th. But when they were hailed from the shore, just after midnight, they found out that it was already March 1st. As the soldier finished, he looked at the mathematician for confirmation of his explanation. Thus appealed to, the professor of mathematics smiled and nodded and said, "You have hit it. That's just how it was that my grandmother lost the birthday she ought to have had when she was 12, and had to go 4 more years without one." "And so she really didn't have a birthday till she was 16, the artist observed. "Well, all I can say is your great-grandfather took too many chances. I don't think he gave the child a fair show. I hope he made it up to her when she was 16, that's all." An hour later the quartet separated. The soldier and the artist walked away together, but the journalist delayed the mathematician. "I say," he began, "that yarn about your grandmother was very interesting. It is an extraordinary combination of coincidences. I can see it in the Sunday paper, with a scare head, 16 years without a birthday. Do you mind my using it?" "But it isn't true," said the professor. "Not true?" echoed the journalist. "No," replied the mathematician. "I made it up. I hadn't done my share of the talking, and I didn't want you to think I had nothing to say for myself." "Not a single word of truth in it?" the journalist returned. "Not a single word," was the mathematician's answer. "Well, what of that?" the journalist declared. "I don't want to file it in an affidavit. I want to print it in a newspaper." End of 16 Years Without a Birthday by Brander Matthews. Recording by Maria Casper.
Apollo 16 by NASA. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. Apollo 16. A brief history of Project Apollo. When the Apollo 16 mission, which you are about to witness, gets underway, the history of Project Apollo, the largest and most complex of America's space endeavors to date, will be drawing very near to its close. Only one more lunar landing mission, Apollo 17, is planned, with that launch scheduled for December of this year. The initial goal of landing American explorers on the moon and returning them safely to Earth was achieved, as the whole world knows, with Apollo 11. A whole new chapter in human history was opened when Neil Armstrong made his famous "One Small Step for Man, One Giant Leap for Mankind" on July 20, 1969. For the first time in history, a man from planet Earth had set foot on another heavenly body. Project Mercury. But long years of preparation had preceded this flight. Project Mercury, America's pioneer effort in manned spaceflight, now seems like ancient history. It is hard to believe that astronaut Alan B. Shepard Jr.'s 15-minute suborbital flight took place only a little more than a decade ago on May 5, 1961. 7 months later, after a successful suborbital flight by Virgil Grissom, astronaut John Glenn made a historic 3-orbit flight around the Earth, meeting or exceeding all original goals set for Project Mercury. 3 more orbital flights by astronauts Scott Carpenter, Walter Schirra, and Gordon Cooper were made in succeeding months to confirm previous findings and to obtain additional data. These missions were flown with Mercury Atlas vehicles. Project Gemini. The pace quickened and our abilities to operate in space were greatly increased with Project Gemini, a larger 2-man spacecraft. John Young, spacecraft commander of this Apollo 16 mission, flew the first manned Gemini mission, Gemini 3, with Virgil Grissom on March 23, 1965. Gemini 4 marked the first American walk in space by astronaut Edward White. These and later Gemini flights, culminating in Gemini 12, demonstrated that man can maneuver his craft in space, leave his craft, survive, and do useful work in space if he is properly clothed and equipped. Rendezvous, find and come near, and dock, link up his craft with another vehicle in space, function effectively during prolonged spaceflight of at least 2 weeks and return to Earth in good physical condition, control the spacecraft during its descent from orbit, and land it within a selected area on Earth. Thus, in Gemini, man developed and perfected much of the technology and skills that are crucial to the mastery of space. But Gemini did even more. Experiments conducted during the flights provided scientific, technical, and engineering data, adding greatly to overall knowledge. Project Apollo. Armed with the scientific, technical, and engineering data made available by the 2 previous projects, NASA moved into Project Apollo, beginning with unmanned testing of the mighty Saturn V launch vehicle, standing 360 feet tall, with the Apollo spacecraft on top, developing more than 7.5 million pounds of thrust and capable of sending more than 250,000 pounds into Earth orbit. In October 1968, NASA assigned the new vehicle to its first manned mission, sending astronauts Walter Schirra, Don Isley, and Walter Cunningham aloft in Apollo 7 to orbit the Earth 163 times. Next, in December 1968, came Apollo 8, the maiden voyage to the vicinity of the Moon. The famed photograph of the Earth from the Moon, taken on Christmas Eve, gave Earthlings a new look at their home planet and a new appreciation of its ecology. 2 months later, Apollo 9 tested the lunar module, the moon landing craft, for the first time in space. This Earth orbital mission was followed in May 1969 by Apollo 10, which performed every maneuver required for a lunar landing except the actual touchdown. Then came Apollo 11 in July 1969. Neil Armstrong and Edwin Aldrin explored the Sea of Tranquility, a Mare area. Apollo 12 in November 1969 explored the Ocean of Storms, another Mare region. Apollo 13 headed for froA, a hilly upland region, on April 11, 1970, but ran into trouble and returned after passing behind the Moon. Apollo 14 launched January 31, 1971, profiting from the lessons of Apollo 13, successfully explored froA. Apollo 15, launched 6 months later on July 26th, went to Hadley Rill at the foot of some of the moon's highest mountains, the 12,000 to 15,000 foot Apennines. It brought back, among other things, the so-called Genesis rock, with an age estimated at 4.1 billion years. And now, Apollo 16. Apollo 16 is scheduled to explore the highland regions of the moon near the crater Descartes. This landing site is extremely important from the viewpoint of lunar science. It will give our astronauts their first chance to collect rocks and soil samples in the lunar highlands, believed by some scientists to be the oldest region on the moon. They will also be able to study and collect new volcanic rocks on the moon. These samples, along with those collected on earlier missions, will help fill in more pieces in the gigantic jigsaw puzzle that may someday help us understand the early history of the moon, the solar system, and our own Earth itself. Lunar geologists have as their goal the reading of the historical record of the moon for the past 5 billion years. That record was once contained in the Earth's crust, but it has been largely worn away by the winds and rains of our planet's atmosphere, and we know little of Earth's surface history earlier than perhaps 3.5 million years ago. The moon, by comparison, has almost no atmosphere, and its surface features erode so slowly that we can read its history in billions rather than millions of years. Our growing knowledge of the moon's surface and its early formation allow us to draw many interesting and exciting conclusions about the structure and history of Earth's crust. We have learned a great deal, but there is a great deal more to learn. Apollo 16 and the final lunar mission of the series, Apollo 17, will help give us some of the answers we are looking for. Of one thing we can be sure: the scientific results that have been obtained from this unprecedented technological achievement should rank in history as among the most important of all time. The Apollo 16 mission flight profile. On April 16, at 12:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, according to the plan, Apollo 16, carrying astronauts John W. Young, spacecraft commander, Thomas K. Mattingly II, command module pilot, and Charles M. Duke, Jr., lunar module pilot, will lift off from Pad A of Launch Complex 39, Kennedy Space Center. About 2 hours and 35 minutes later, the spacecraft will be injected into the carefully calculated flight path that will carry it to the moon, a journey of 71 hours and 23 minutes. Apollo 16's code names are Casper for the command module, after TV's Friendly Ghost, and Orion for the lunar module, after the constellation also known as the Hunter. While Casper orbits the moon with astronaut Mattingly aboard to carry out a series of scientific tasks, Orion will descend to the lunar surface with astronauts Young and Duke, landing at 3:41 p.m. on April 20th. There, they will take part in 3 periods of extravehicular activity of about 7 hours each. This is a new record total of 21 hours. Apollo's 15 EVA total, longest of the previous moon landings, was 18 hours 37 minutes. As with Apollo 15, a battery-powered wheeled vehicle called a Lunar Roving Vehicle, LRV, will help the explorers cover more territory in their allotted time. The first EVA will occur at 7:19 p.m. on April 20th, the second, 5:44 p.m. April 21st, and the third, 5:19 p.m. April 22nd. When all the many exploration tasks have been completed, some 72 hours after the landing, also a record, Apollo 15's total stay time was 67.3 hours, Orion will lift off from the lunar surface at 4:39 p.m., April 23rd, to rejoin Casper. Additional tasks will be carried out in lunar orbit for the next 2 days until 7:15 p.m. on April 25th. At that time, Casper will begin the return flight to Earth. At 2:49 p.m. on April 26th, astronaut Mattingly will climb out of the spacecraft in view of the TV cameras and take a spacewalk, maneuvering himself along handholds to the Scientific Instrument Module, SIM, bay on the service module. There he will retrieve photographic film showing close-ups of the moon from orbit and return with it to the command module. This is necessary because the service module is jettisoned near Earth. Some 69 hours and 54 minutes later will come the splashdown at 3:30 p.m. on April 28th in the Pacific Ocean, about 1,853 kilometers, 1,000 nautical miles, south of Hawaii. Prime recovery ship will be the USS Ticonderoga. The landing site. Plans call for the LM to touch down on a rather smooth surface called the Cayley Plains, which lies between two bright-rayed craters called North Ray and South Ray. The rocks that lie underneath these plains are called the Cayley Formation, the largest single rock unit in the highlands on the side of the moon which faces Earth. Scientists believe there may be debris in Cayley Plains and the Descartes Formation, which lies adjacent, from two totally different volcanic events that occurred as much as 200 million years apart. The Cayley Plains were probably formed by lava that flowed out from sublunar volcanoes about 4 billion years ago. No previous Apollo crew has sampled any of this lava flow material, which covers many of the ancient highland regions of the moon and make up an estimated 7 to 9% of its face. Touchdown is scheduled for 3:41 p.m. on April 20th. Here below shows a map of the landing site from an aerial photograph taken on the Apollo 14 mission. Orbital experiments. Meanwhile, astronaut Mattingly in the Command Service Module, CSM, will have plenty of experiments to perform as he continues in orbit about the moon. He will use cameras and a Scientific Instrument Module, SIM. From the orbital photography will come high-resolution panoramic views of the moon's surface. High-quality metric photographs will also be obtained. These orbital experiments will obtain data over a large part of both front and back sides of the moon. Because of the path of the point directly beneath the spacecraft, termed ground track, is different for each revolution of the spacecraft. The orbit of the CSM is not parallel to the moon's equator, and as the moon rotates slowly about its axis, the ground track is somewhat different for each CSM revolution. Several of these orbital experiments will measure the approximate chemical composition of the moon's surface materials. Others are intended to measure the variations of gravity and of the magnetic field around the moon. A laser altimeter will be used to obtain precise elevations of features that lie on the moon's surface beneath the orbiting CSM. First EVA period, setting up the experiments. The first time Young and Duke step outside the LM onto the lunar surface, they will have a wide variety of tasks to perform. After inspecting the spacecraft, They will move out at least 300 feet from the LM and set up scientific equipment. The Apollo Lunar Surface Experiments Package, or ALSEP, that will continue to send data to Earth long after they have left the Moon. They will put television cameras in place so that their activities can be observed from Earth. They will also unfold and set up for operation a four-wheeled vehicle called the Lunar Roving Vehicle, LRV, or rover, which will be used to transport themselves and their equipment over the lunar surface. It takes about 7 minutes to deploy the rover completely. It is powered by two silver zinc 36-volt batteries and has an individual electric motor for each of the four wheels. It will carry about 1,000 pounds and can travel at speeds up to about 10 miles per hour on level ground. There is a navigation system that contains a directional gyroscope and provides information about the total distance traversed as well as directional headings. Both astronauts sit in the seats with safety belts. If the rover should happen to break down at any time during the mission, there were some minor problems with the steering during the first EVA of Apollo 15, but problems were corrected in later EVAs. A series of optional walking traverses have been planned. Limits of these journeys on foot have been set at 3 to 3.5 kilometers, about 2 miles, from the lunar module, the maximum distances that astronauts can walk on the Moon and still have safe quantities of oxygen and other necessary supplies in their portable life support systems. If time and life support consumables permit, they will collect lunar samples, which they will document through oral descriptions and accompanying photographs. If any kind of emergency arises that would prevent the collection of quantities of samples as planned, at least a small contingency sample will be picked up for return to our Earth laboratories. One of the most interesting experiments to be deployed during the first EVA will be a tripod-mounted telescope camera called the Far Ultraviolet Camera Spectrograph. They will set it up in the shadow of the lunar module, where it will gather ultraviolet imagery and radiation data on the Earth's upper atmosphere, auroras, and corona. They will point the instrument several times during each exploration period using elevation and azimuth adjustments and an automatic exposure sequencer. It will be aimed not only at Earth, but also at various celestial objects, including the Andromeda Galaxy, the Magellanic Cloud, and the Coma cluster of galaxies, whose ultraviolet radiation cannot be seen from Earth. The instruments will collect data on the solar wind, star clouds and nebulas, galaxy clusters, lunar atmosphere, and possibly lunar volcanic gases. It will also map the location of interplanetary, interstellar, and intergalactic hydrogen. Second EVA period, Journey to Stone Mountain. When Young and Duke start out on their second day on the Moon, they will head their rover south toward a 5,000-foot peak called Stone Mountain, a part of the so-called Descartes Formation that scientists believe was formed as much as 200 million years after the Cayley Formation, to which it is adjacent. The primary objectives of this EVA is to take samples from as high up as possible in the Descartes Mountains, specifically Stone Mountain. Once this is done, additional samples will be taken down the slope. A ray sample will be taken from South Ray and from the area where Cayley and Descartes units come together. Third EVA period, Journey to North Ray Crater. On EVA 3, the prime objective is to reach North Ray Crater, a young crater about 1 kilometer, 2/3 of a mile, wide and 180 meters, 600 feet, deep, with walls as steep as any on the Moon. It was formed by the impact of a meteorite which dug deeply into the Cayley Formation and threw large blocks of rock out over its rim. The astronauts hope to find stratigraphy, in layman's terms bedrock, in the walls of the crater. Because the walls are so steep, it may not be possible to make an actual descent, but in any event, they will take a number of 500mm photographs, which will show a great deal of detail. The astronauts will also sample some of the very large rocks that lie on the rim of the crater and document their locations from the 500mm photographs of the wall. They will also sample the Descartes region of Smoky Mountain, again at the point where it intersects with the Cayley Formation. Experiments. An electric drill, with improvements over the one used for Apollo 15, will be used to drill holes of various depths. Core samples will be taken, and heat sensors, extremely sensitive electronic thermometers, will be placed in some of the holes to give new data about the moon's internal temperature and heat flow. The comparable experiment on Apollo 15 indicated that the moon may be somewhat warmer than previously believed. Heat measurements are among the fundamental data needed to determine the history and evolutionary status of a planetary body. In addition to the experiments described elsewhere, some of the other experiments will include a seismometer that reports to Earth on moonquakes and impacts of objects on the moon, an active seismic experiment in which small explosive charges will be detonated on the moon, 2 magnetometer experiments to show levels of magnetism in the highlands, a specific device that will capture a very thin layer of the dust that covers the lunar surface, a cosmic ray detector that will report on the abundance, energy, and frequency of cosmic rays, which are the most energetic of all atomic particle radiation in space. From the moon, these particles can be detected when they are still free from the disturbing effects of Earth's magnetic field and atmosphere. Lift-off from the moon. When the appointed tasks on the lunar surface are completed, Young and Duke will re-enter Orion, repressure the cabin, eat, and prepare the ascent stage of the LM for liftoff to rejoin Casper in lunar orbit. Liftoff is scheduled for 4:39 p.m. on April 23rd. Once docked with the mothership, the 2 lunar module crewmen will transfer the samples of lunar material and exposed photographic films to the command module. Seismic experiment with lunar module ascent stage. As in previous Apollo lunar landing missions, the lunar module ascent stage will be used for one final experiment when its usefulness as a vehicle has ended. It will be maneuvered by remote control so that it crashes on the moon. The reverberations from the crash will be sensed by seismometers that have previously been set up on the lunar surface. Deploying the sub-satellite. Just before they head earthward on April 25th, the crew will put a man-made satellite into orbit around the moon, a twin of one that was deployed by Apollo 15 last August. Called a sub-satellite, since it will be orbiting the moon, which is itself a satellite of Earth, the device, housed in a box-like container that looks much like a rural mailbox, will be pushed out of the CSM by a spring mechanism and go into orbit of 102 to 139 kilometers, 63 to 86 miles above the moon. The sub-satellite carries 3 experiments: a magnetometer to determine the strength and direction of interplanetary and Earth magnetic fields in the lunar region, an S-band transponder to determine variations in the lunar gravity field by their effect on the sub-satellite's orbital motions, and a charged particles detector to measure electron and proton flux. When clear of the spacecraft, the subsatellite will put out 3 even-spaced booms, each about 1.5 meters, 5 feet, long. The magnetometer is carried on one of these booms, keeping it away from the interference by magnetic fields caused by the subsatellite itself. The other 2 booms balance that one to stabilize the craft as it spins at about 12 revolutions per minute. Its sensors are powered by solar cells and a rechargeable battery for passes around the dark side of the moon. The instruments are expected to keep sending data to Earth for about a year after Apollo 16 returns. Apollo 16 crew. Spacecraft Commander John W. Young, a captain in the U.S. Navy, was born in San Francisco, California on September 24, 1930. He earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Aeronautical Engineering from the Georgia Institute of Technology in 1952. He also holds 2 honorary doctorates, Doctor of Laws, Western State University College of Law, 1969, and Doctor of Applied Science, Florida Technological University, 1970. One of the most experienced of the astronauts currently in active duty, he served as a pilot with Command Pilot Gus Grissom on the first manned Gemini flight and was the command pilot for Gemini 10 and command module pilot for Apollo 10. Young is married to the former Susie Feldman of St. Louis, Missouri. He has 2 children by a previous marriage. Command Module Pilot Thomas K. Mattingly II, a lieutenant commander in the U.S. Navy, was born in Chicago, Illinois, March 17, 1936. He earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Aeronautical Engineering from Auburn University in 1958. This will be Mattingly's first mission in space. He almost made it with the ill-fated Apollo 13 mission, but was exposed to the measles just prior to the flight and was replaced on the mission by astronaut John Swigert. However, the landing mission was aborted when an oxygen tank ruptured early in the flight. Prior to reporting for duty at the Manned Spacecraft Center, he was a student at the Air Force Aerospace Research Pilot School. He has logged 4,200 hours of flight time, 2,300 hours in jet aircraft. Mattingly is married to the former Elizabeth Daly of Hollywood, California. Lunar Module Pilot Charles M. Duke, Jr., a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force, was born in Charlotte, North Carolina on October 3, 1935. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Naval Sciences from the U.S. Naval Academy in 1957 and a Master of Science degree in Aeronautics and Astronautics from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 1964. He was selected to be a NASA astronaut in 1966 after experience as an instructor in the Air Force Aerospace Research Pilot School. Apollo 16 will be his first space flight. Duke is married to the former Dorothy Meade Claiborne of Atlanta, Georgia. They are the parents of 2 children. End of Apollo 16.
Le crime du 16 octobre by L. Lafond Dawson. Read in French for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. Le crime du 16 octobre, ou Les fantômes de Marly. Élégie dédiée au prince de l'Europe. Une vive clarté, semblable à une aurore boréale, ayant paru 2 années de suite sur les bois de Marly, après la mort de la reine, les habitants de ces campagnes attristés se persuadèrent aisément que l'âme de leur bienfaitrice venait leur demander des prières. Est-il vrai? Répondez, nymphes de ces vallées. Est-il vrai que la veuve et la mère d'un roi, sous les pompeux débris de vos sombres allées, se montre et reparaît, sans y causer d'effroi? Est-il vrai que le jour où sa tête charmante roula parmi les cris de lâches assassins est le jour que choisit son ombre gémissante pour visiter ces lieux et pleurer ses destins? Les pasteurs, répandus sur vos monts solitaires, ont redit ce prodige aux voyageurs surpris. Nymphes, admettez-moi dans vos sacrés mystères, d'un auguste bienfait mes vers seront le prix. Une nymphe à ces mots, soulevant le feuillage, me découvre un sentier qu'elle indique à mes pas. Elle fuit, et de l'œil me montre un sarcophage où sont unis un sceptre et la faux du trépas. Sur ce marbre ignoré, des platanes antiques balancent une voûte impénétrable au jour, et des pâles jasmins, les vapeurs balsamiques, parfument cette enceinte et les bois d'alentour. « Ami des morts !» me crie une voix sépulcrale. « Tes vœux sont exaucés, j'y consens. Tu verras celle qui, toujours grande et jamais inégale, tandis que tout changeait, seule ne changea pas. Le mensonge inhumain poursuivit sa mémoire et lui dispute encore des cœurs mal affermis. Mais le temps, qui sait tout, va livrer à l'histoire les noms et le secret de ses fiers ennemis. Non loin de ces gazons que sa tombe décore et qui virent les jours de sa prospérité, la reine apparaîtra. Mais l'aspect de l'aurore dissipera soudain ce fantôme agité. Garde-toi de troubler par un zèle coupable le doux recueillement qui plaît tant à son cœur. Garde-toi d'irriter une ombre lamentable et d'appeler sur toi le regard du malheur. » L'oracle avait parlé. Tout à coup, des nuages lugubres et sanglants viennent frapper mes yeux. J'entends au loin ce bruit précurseur des orages, et la nuit, de son crêpe, enveloppe les cieux. L'aquilon, du couchant, accourt avec furie. Les chênes des forêts s'agitent dans les airs. La tempête mugit, s'étend, se multiplie, et l'horizon s'allume au feu de 1000 éclairs. La foudre éclate, vole. Ô Dieu, votre puissance vient-elle anéantir un monde corrompu? Épargnez, s'il se peut, le toit de l'innocence et l'humble mausolée offert à la vertu. L'horizon s'éclaircit. La lune décroissante réfléchit dans les eaux son front calme et serein, et les oiseaux, trompés à sa lueur mourante, s'apprêtent à chanter le retour du matin. Minuit sonne. Au signal de l'airain pacifique, je sens mon cœur ému. Je frémis. J'aperçois comme un point lumineux une clarté magique s'avancer et grandir, venant du fond des bois. Le fantôme à pas lents suit la verte colline. Je distingue bientôt son regard, ses attraits. Je vois, je reconnais cette fierté divine et cette grâce, enfin, le plus beau de ses traits. Antoinette, à la fleur de sa jeunesse aimable, brillait comme Cypris au milieu de sa cour. Sa beauté maintenant est douce, inconsolable, commande le respect et dédaigne l'amour. Mais quel objet d'abord échappait à ma vue? Quel est ce jeune enfant qui marche à ses côtés? Ses charmes, sa langueur, sa figure ingénue, tout révèle un grand nom et des adversités. La reine le soutient d'une main caressante. Comme elle, il est vêtu des ornements du deuil. Cet enfant, serait-il la victime étonnante que réclament à la fois le monde et le cercueil? C'est lui-même. Écoutons parler sa noble mère. Écoutons les accents de sa touchante voix. Ô déplorable fils d'un trop malheureux père! Sa mort, son échafaud vous mit au rang des rois. Votre règne orageux a passé comme l'ombre. Vous n'avez succédé qu'à nos cruels revers. Et tué lentement dans un dédale sombre, vous avez disparu de ce triste univers. Semblable à ces soleils que l'automne brumeux sous un ciel obscurci laisse à peine entrevoir et qui, bientôt, rendus à la nuit ténébreuse, faibles dès le matin, meurent avant le soir. Dans les cachots, témoins de ma longue souffrance, je formais votre cœur, j'aidais votre raison. Je vous disais souvent, pour régner sur la France, soyez prudent, mon fils, et surtout soyez bon. Lorsque vous penserez à ce séjour d'alarme, pleurez sur nos douleurs, et ne les vengez pas. Nourris dans l'amertume, arrosés de nos larmes, que la seule clémence ait pour vous des appas. Le peuple à nos bontés, un jour rendant hommage, maudira les fureurs qui déchirent son sein, et la France, attendrie en contemplant votre âge, peut-être chérira son monarque orphelin. Mais de ces vains honneurs, qu'un abîme environne, le ciel compatissant voulut vous affranchir. Qui pourra souhaiter un sceptre, une couronne, quand on saura les maux qu'ils nous ont fait souffrir? Aux plus noirs attentats, je pouvais me soustraire, je pouvais m'élancer vers les rois protecteurs, mais où porter mes pas? J'étais épouse et mère, je ne pus séparer mon sort de vos malheurs. Loin de vous, de ma fille et d'une sœur chérie, condamnée à répondre à des juges pervers, on me vit abaissée, et non pas avilie. Reine jusqu'à la fin, j'étonnai l'univers. La victime autrefois donnée en sacrifice, couverte de festons, arrivait aux autels. La fille des Césars est traînée au supplice sous l'habit, sur le char des plus vils criminels. Ô Thérèse, ô ma mère, ô reine magnanime, tu connus comme moi les caprices du sort, mais défiant du moins la fortune et le crime, tu sus les désarmer en affrontant la mort. Je voulus comme toi la braver. Ma constance pouvait sauver ce trône où me plaça ta main. J'avais ta fermeté, je n'eus pas ta puissance. Et nous avons subi les arrêts du destin. À ces mots douloureux, la plaintive Amazone se penche vers son fils, le presse sur son cœur. De ses voiles flottants le couvre, l'environne, et des soins maternels fait encore son bonheur. S'éloignant de ces bords, jadis si magnifiques, de ces jardins aimés des peuples et des rois, Antoinette et son fils, spectres mélancoliques, s'élèvent lentement sur la cime des bois. Leur route dans les airs trace un long météore. Le plus doux des parfums les précède et les suit. Ils voudraient s'arrêter. Mais la naissante aurore est pour eux le signal de l'éternelle nuit. End of Le crime du 16 octobre. Read by Iswa in Belgium in August 2021.
Easter 1916 by William Butler Yeats. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. Easter 1916. I have met them at close of day, coming with vivid faces from counter or desk among grey 18th century houses. I have passed them with a nod of the head, or polite meaningless words, or have lingered a while and said polite meaningless words, and thought before I had done of a mocking tale or jibe to please my companion round the fire at the club, being certain that they and I but live where motley is worn. All changed, changed utterly, a terrible beauty is born. That woman's days were spent in ignorant goodwill, her nights in argument, until her voice grew shrill. What voice more sweet than hers, when young and beautiful she rode to harriers? This man had kept a school, and rode our winged horse. This other, his helper and friend, was coming into his force. He might have won fame in the end, so sensitive his nature seemed, so daring and sweet his thought. This other man I had dreamed a drunken vainglorious lout. I had done most bitter wrong to some who are near my heart, yet I number him in the song. He too has resigned his part in the casual comedy. He too has changed in his turn, transformed utterly. A terrible beauty is born. Hearts with one purpose alone through summer and winter seem enchanted to a stone to trouble the living stream. The horse that comes from the road, the rider, the birds that range from cloud to tumbling cloud, minute by minute change. A shadow of cloud on the stream changes minute by minute. A horse hoof slides on the brim, and a horse plashes within it, where long-legged moorhens dive, and hens to moorcocks call. Minute by minute they live, the stones in the midst of all. Too long a sacrifice can make a stone of the heart. Oh, when may it suffice? That is heaven's part, our part to murmur name upon name, as a mother names her child, when sleep at last has come, on limbs that had run wild. What is it but nightfall? No, no, not night, but death. Was it needless death, after all? For England may keep faith, for all that is done and said. We know their dream enough to know they dreamed and they are dead. And what if excess of love bewildered them till they died? I write it out in a verse, Macdonough and MacBride, and Connolly and Pearse, now and in time to be, wherever green is worn, are changed utterly. A terrible beauty is born. End of Easter 1916. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Flying the Atlantic in 16 Hours by Sir Arthur Whitten Brown. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. Flying the Atlantic in 16 Hours. Chapter 7. The Arrival. Alcock flew straight for the specks of land, which revealed themselves as two tiny islands, Exshall and Turbaugh, as we afterwards discovered. In his log of the return flight from New York to Norfolk of the British airship R-34, Brigadier General Maitland, CMG DSO, notes the curious coincidence that his first sight of land was when these same two islands appeared on the starboard bow of the dirigible. From above the islands the mainland was visible, and we steered for the nearest point on it. The machine was still just underneath the clouds, and flying at 250 feet, from which low height I saw plainly the white breakers foaming on the shore. We crossed the coast of Ireland at 8:25 a.m. I was then uncertain of our exact location, and suggested to Alcock that the best plan would be to find a railway line and follow it south. A few minutes later, however, the wireless masts at Clifton gave the key to our position. To attract attention I fired 2 red flares from the Very pistol, but as they seemed to be unnoticed from the ground, we circled over the village of Clifton, about 2 miles from the wireless station. Although slightly off our course when we reached the coast, we were in the direct line of flight for Galway, at which place I had calculated to hit Ireland. Not far ahead we could see a cluster of hills, with their tops lost in low-lying clouds. Here and elsewhere the danger of running into high ground hidden from sight by the mist would have been great, had we continued to fly across Ireland. Alcock, therefore, decided to land. If the atmosphere had been clearer, we could have easily reached London before touching earth, for the tanks of the Vickers Vimy still contained enough gasoline to keep the machine in the air for 10 hours longer. Thus, had we lost our way over the ocean, there would have been a useful margin of time for cruising about in search of ships. Having made up our minds to land at once, we searched below for a smooth stretch of ground. The most likely-looking place in the neighbourhood of Clifton was a field near the wireless station. With engine shut off, we glided towards it, heading into the wind. Alcock flattened out at exactly the right moment. The machine sank gently, the wheels touched earth, and began to run smoothly over the surface. Already I was indulging in the comforting reflection that the anxious flight had ended with a perfect landing. Then, so softly as not to be noticed at first, the front of the Vickers Vimy tilted inexplicably, while the tail rose. Suddenly the craft stopped with an unpleasant squelch, tipped forward, shook itself, and remained poised on a slant, with its fore end buried in the ground as if trying to stand on its head. I reached out a hand and arm just in time to save a nasty bump, when the shock threw me forward. As it was, I only stopped a jarring collision with the help of my nose. Alcock had braced himself against the rudder control bar. The pressure he exerted against it to save himself from falling actually bent the straight bar, which was of hollow steel, almost into the shape of a horseshoe. Deceived by its smooth appearance, we had landed on top of a bog, which misfortune made the first non-stop transatlantic flight finish in a crash. It was pitiful to see the distorted shape of the aeroplane that had brought us from America, as it sprawled in ungainly manner over the sucking surface. The machine's nose and its lower wings were deep in the bog. The empty cockpit in front, used in a Vickers Vimy bomber by the Observer, was badly bent, but being of steel it did not collapse. Quite possibly we owe our lives to this fact. In passing, and while gripping firmly my wooden penholder, for the year is not yet over, I consider it extraordinary that no lives have been lost in the transatlantic flights of 1919. The leading edge of the lower plane was bent in some places and smashed in others. The gasoline connections had snapped, and 4 of the propeller blades were buried in the ground, although none were broken. That about completed the record of preliminary damage. We had landed at 8:40 a.m., after being in the air for 16 hours and 28 minutes. The flight from coast to coast on a straight course of 1,680 nautical miles lasted only 15 hours and 57 minutes, our average speed being 105 to 106 knots. For this relatively rapid performance, a strong following wind was largely responsible. As a result of the burst connections from tank to carburetor, gasoline began to swell into the rear cockpit while we were still inside it. Very fortunately, the liquid did not ignite. Alcock had taken care to switch off the current on the magnetos as soon as he realized that the crash was imminent, so that the sparks should have no chance of starting a fire. We scrambled out as best we could and lost no time in salving the mail bag and our instruments. The gasoline rose rapidly, and it was impossible to withdraw my chart and the Baker navigating machine before they'd been damaged. I then fired 2 white Very flares as a signal for help. Almost immediately a small party composed of officers and men belonging to the military detachment of Clifton approached from the wireless station. "Anybody hurt?" The usual inquiry when an aeroplane has crashed, was the first remark when they arrived within shouting distance. "No." "Where are you from?" This when they had helped us to clear the cockpit. "America." Somebody laughed politely, as if in answer to an attempt at facetiousness that did not amount to much, but that thought to be taken care of notice anyhow for the sake of courtesy. Quite evidently nobody received the statement seriously at first. Even a mention of our names meant nothing to them, and they remained unconvinced until Alcock showed them the mail bag from St. John's. Then they relieved their surprised feelings by spontaneous cheers and painful handshakes, and led us to the officers' mess for congratulations and hospitality. Burdened as we were with flying kit and heavy boots, the walk over the bog was a dragging discomfort. In addition, I suddenly discovered an intense sleepiness, and could easily have let myself lose consciousness while standing upright. Arrived at the station, our first act was to send telegrams to the firm of Messrs. Vickers Limited, which built the Vickers Vimy, to the London Daily Mail, which promoted the transatlantic competition, and to the Royal Aero Club, which controlled it. My memories of that day are dim and incomplete. I felt a keen sense of relief at being on land again, but this was coupled with a certain amount of dragging reaction from the tense mental concentration during the flight, so that my mind sagged. I was very sleepy, but not physically tired. We lurched as we walked, owing to the stiffness that resulted from our having sat in the tiny cockpit for 17 hours. Alcock, who during the whole period had kept his feet on the rudder bar and one hand on the control level, would not confess to anything worse than a desire to stand up for the rest of his life, or at least until he could sit down painlessly. My hands were very unsteady. My mind was quite clear on matters pertaining to the flight, but hazy on extraneous subjects. After having listened so long to the loud-voiced hum of the Rolls-Royce motors, made louder than ever by the broken exhaust pipe on the starboard side, we were both very deaf, and our ears would not stop ringing. Later in the day we motored to Galway with a representative of the London Daily Mail. It was a strange but very welcome change to see solid objects flashing past us, instead of miles upon monotonous miles of drifting cloudy vapour. Several times during that drive I lost the thread of connection with tangible surroundings, and lived again in near retrospect the fantastic happenings of the day, night, and morning that had just passed. Subconsciously I still missed the rhythmic, relentless drone of the Rolls-Royce aero engines. My eyes had not yet become accustomed to the absence of clouds around and below, and my mind felt somehow lost now that it was no longer preoccupied with heavenly bodies, horizon, time, direction charts, drift, tables of calculations, sextant, spirit level, compass, aneroid, altimeter, wireless receiver, and the unexpected. For a while, in fact, the immediate past seemed more prominent than the immediate present. Lassitude of mind, coupled with reaction from the long strain of tense and unbroken concentration on one supreme objective, made me lose my grip of normal continuity, so that I answered questions mechanically and wanted to avoid the effort of talk. The outstanding events and impressions of the flight, for example the long spin from 4,000 to 50 feet, and the sudden sight of white-capped ocean at the end of it, passed and repassed across my consciousness. I do not know whether Alcock underwent the same mental processes, but he remained very silent. Above all, I felt the need of re-establishing normal balance by means of sleep. The wayside gatherings seemed especially unreal, almost as if they'd been scenes on the film. By some extraordinary method of news transmission the report of our arrival had spread all over the district, and in many districts between Clifton and Galway curious crowds had gathered. Near Galway we were stopped by another automobile, in which was Major Mays of the Royal Aero Club, whose duty it was to examine the seals of the Vickers Vimy, thus making sure that we had not landed in Ireland in a machine other than that which we left Newfoundland. A reception had been prepared at Galway, but our host, realizing how tired we must be, considerately made it a short and informal affair. Afterwards we slept for the first time in over 40 hours. End of Chapter 7 of Flying the Atlantic in 16 Hours.
Inaugural Address of Abraham Lincoln, 16th President of the United States. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Monday, March 4th, 1861. Fellow citizens of the United States, in compliance with a custom as old as the government itself, I appear before you to address you briefly and to take in your presence the oath prescribed by the Constitution of the United States to be taken by the President before he enters on the execution of this office. I do not consider it necessary at present for me to discuss those matters of administration about which there is no special anxiety or excitement. Apprehension seems to exist among the people of the Southern States that by the accession of a Republican administration, their property and their peace and personal security are to be endangered. There has never been any reasonable cause for such apprehension. Indeed, the most ample evidence to the contrary has all the while existed and been open to their inspection. It is found in nearly all the published speeches of him who now addresses you. I do but quote from one of those speeches when I declare that I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so. Those who nominated and elected me did so with full knowledge that I had made this and many similar declarations, and had never recanted them. And more than this, they placed in the platform for my acceptance, and as a law to themselves and to me, the clear and emphatic resolution which I now read. Resolved, that the maintenance inviolate of the rights of the states, and especially the right of each state to order and control its own domestic institutions according to its own judgment exclusively, is essential to that balance of power on which the perfection and endurance of our political fabric depend, and we denounce the lawless invasion by armed force of the soil of any state or territory, no matter what pretext, as among the gravest of crimes. I now reiterate these sentiments, and in doing so I only press upon the public attention the most conclusive evidence of which the case is susceptible that the property, peace, and security of no section are to be in any wise endangered by the now incoming administration. I add, too, that all the protection which, consistently with the Constitution and the laws, can be given will be cheerfully given to all the states when lawfully demanded, for whatever cause, as cheerfully to one section as to the other. There is much controversy about the delivering up of fugitives from service or labor. The clause I now read is as plainly written in the Constitution as any other of its provisions. No person held to service or labor in one state, under the laws thereof, escaping into another, shall in consequence of any law or regulation therein be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom such service or labor may be due. It is scarcely questioned that this provision was intended by those who made it for the reclaiming of what we call fugitive slaves. And the intention of the lawgiver is the law. All members of Congress swear their support to the whole Constitution, to this provision as much as to any other. To the proposition, then, that slaves whose cases come within the terms of this clause shall be delivered up, their oaths are unanimous. Now, if they would make the effort in good temper, could they not, with nearly equal unanimity, frame and pass a law by means of which to keep good that unanimous oath? There is some difference of opinion whether this clause should be enforced by national or by state authority. But surely that difference is not a very material one. If the slave is to be surrendered, it can be of but little consequence to him or to others by which authority it is done. And should anyone, in any case, be content that his oath shall go unkept on a merely unsubstantial controversy as to how it shall be kept? Again, in any law upon this subject ought not all the safeguards of liberty known in civilized and humane jurisprudence to be introduced, so that a free man be not in any case surrendered as a slave? And might it not be well at the same time to provide by law for the enforcement of that clause in the Constitution, which guarantees that the citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states? I take the official oath today with no mental reservations and with no purpose to construe the Constitution or laws by any hypercritical rules, and while I do not choose now to specify particular acts of Congress as proper to be enforced, I do suggest that it will be much safer for all, both in official and private stations, to conform to and abide by all those acts which stand unrepealed than to violate any of them, trusting to find impunity in having them held to be unconstitutional. It is 72 years since the first inauguration of a president under our national Constitution. During that period, 15 different and greatly distinguished citizens have in succession administered the executive branch of the government. They have conducted it through many perils and generally with great success. Yet, with all this scope of precedent, I now enter upon the same task for the brief constitutional term of 4 years under great and peculiar difficulty. A disruption of the federal union, heretofore only menaced, is now formidably attempted. I hold that in contemplation of universal law and of the Constitution, the union of these states is perpetual. Perpetuity is implied, if not expressed, in the fundamental law of all national governments. It is safe to assert that no government proper ever had a provision in its organic law for its own termination. Continue to execute all the express provisions of our national Constitution, and the Union will endure forever, it being impossible to destroy it except by some action not provided for in the instrument itself. Again, if the United States be not a government proper, but an association of states in the nature of contract merely, can it, as a contract, be peaceably unmade by less than all the parties who made it? One party to a contract may violate it, break it, so to speak, but does it not require all to lawfully rescind it? Descending from these general principles, we find the proposition that in legal contemplation the Union is perpetual confirmed by the history of the Union itself. The Union is much older than the Constitution. It was formed, in fact, by the Articles of Association in 1774. It was matured and continued by the Declaration of Independence in 1776. It was further matured, and the faith of all the then 13 states expressly plighted and engaged that it should be perpetual by the Articles of Confederation in 1778. And finally, in 1787, one of the declared objects for ordaining and establishing the Constitution was to form a more perfect union. But if destruction of the Union by one or by a part only of the states be lawfully possible, the Union is less perfect than before the Constitution, having lost the vital element of perpetuity. It follows from these views that no state, upon its own mere motion, can lawfully get out of the Union, that resolves and ordinances to that effect are legally void, and that acts of violence within any state or states against the authority of the United States are insurrectionary or revolutionary, according to circumstances. I therefore consider that in view of the Constitution and the laws the Union is unbroken, and to the extent of my ability I shall take care, as the Constitution itself expressly enjoins upon me, that the laws of the Union be faithfully executed in all the states. Doing this I deem to be only a simple duty on my part, and I shall perform it so far as practicable, unless my rightful masters, the American people, shall withhold the requisite means, or in some authoritative manner direct to the contrary. I trust this will not be regarded as a menace, but only as the declared purpose of the Union, that it will constitutionally defend and maintain itself. In doing this, there needs to be no bloodshed or violence, and there shall be none unless it be forced upon the national authority. The power confided to me will be used to hold, occupy, and possess the property and places belonging to the government, and to collect the duties and imposts, but beyond what may be necessary for these objects, there will be no invasion, no using of force against or among the people anywhere. Where hostility to the United States in any interior locality shall be so great and universal as to prevent competent resident citizens from holding the federal offices, there will be no attempt to force obnoxious strangers among the people for that object. While the strict legal right may exist in the government to enforce the exercise of these offices, the attempt to do so would be so irritating and so nearly impracticable withal that I deem it better to forego for the time the uses of such offices. The mails, unless repelled, will continue to be furnished in all parts of the Union. So far as possible, the people everywhere shall have that sense of perfect security which is most favorable to calm thought and reflection. The course here indicated will be followed unless current events and experience shall show a modification or change to be proper. And in every case and exigency, my best discretion will be exercised, according to circumstances actually existing, and with a view and a hope of a peaceful solution of the national troubles and the restoration of fraternal sympathies and affections. That there are persons in one section or another who seek to destroy the Union at all events, and are glad of any pretext to do it, I will neither affirm nor deny. But if there be such, I need address no word to them. To those, however, who really love the Union, may I not speak? Before entering upon so grave a matter as the destruction of our national fabric, with all its benefits, its memories, and its hopes, would it not be wise to ascertain precisely why we do it? Will you hazard so desperate a step while there is any possibility that any portion of the ills you fly from have no real existence? Will you, while the certain ills you fly to are greater than all the real ones you fly from, will you risk the commission of so fearful a mistake? All profess to be content in the Union if all constitutional rights can be maintained. Is it true, then, that any right plainly written in the Constitution has been denied? I think not. Happily, the human mind is so constituted that no party can reach to the audacity of doing this. Think, if you can, of a single instance in which a plainly written provision of the Constitution has ever been denied. If by the mere force of numbers a majority should deprive a minority of any clearly written constitutional right, it might, in a moral point of view, justify revolution. Certainly would, if such right were a vital one. But such is not our case. All the vital rights of minorities and of individuals are so plainly assured to them by affirmations and negations, guarantees and prohibitions in the Constitution, that controversies never arise concerning them. But no organic law can ever be framed with a provision specifically applicable to every question which may occur in practical administration. No foresight can anticipate, nor any document of reasonable length contain express provisions for all possible questions. Shall fugitives from labor be surrendered by national or by state authority? The Constitution does not expressly say. May Congress prohibit slavery in the territories? The Constitution does not expressly say. Must Congress protect slavery in the territories? The Constitution does not expressly say. From questions of this class spring all our constitutional controversies, and we divide upon them into majorities and minorities. If the minority will not acquiesce, the majority must, or the government must cease. There is no other alternative, for continuing the government is acquiescence on one side or the other. If a minority in such case will secede rather than acquiesce, they make a precedent which in turn will divide and ruin them, for a minority of their own will secede from them whenever a majority refuses to be controlled by such minority. For instance, why may not any portion of a new confederacy a year or two hence arbitrarily secede again, precisely as portions of the present Union now claim to secede from it? All who cherish disunion sentiments are now being educated to the exact temper of doing this. Is there such a perfect identity of interests among the states to compose a new union as to produce harmony only and prevent renewed secession? Plainly, the central idea of secession is the essence of anarchy. A majority held in restraint by constitutional checks and limitations, and always changing easily with deliberate changes of popular opinions and sentiments, is the only true sovereign of a free people. Whoever rejects it does of necessity fly to anarchy or to despotism. Unanimity is impossible. The rule of a minority, as a permanent arrangement, is wholly inadmissible, so that, rejecting the majority principle, anarchy or despotism in some form is all that is left. I do not forget the position assumed by some, that constitutional questions are to be decided by the Supreme Court, nor do I deny that such decisions must be binding in any case upon the parties to a suit as to the object of that suit, while they are also entitled to very high respect and consideration in all parallel cases by all other departments of the government. And while it is obviously possible that such decision may be erroneous in any given case, still the evil effect following it, being limited to that particular case, with the chance that it may be overruled and never become a precedent for other cases, can better be borne than could the evils of a different practice. At the same time, the candid citizen must confess that if the policy of the government upon vital questions affecting the whole people is to be irrevocably fixed by decisions of the Supreme Court, the instant they are made in ordinary litigation between parties and personal actions, the people will have ceased to be their own rulers, having to that extent practically resigned their government into the hands of that eminent tribunal. Nor is there in this view any assault upon the court or the judges. It is a duty from which they may not shrink to decide cases properly brought before them, and it is no fault of theirs if others seek to turn their decisions to political purposes. One section of our country believes slavery is a right and ought to be extended, while the other believes it is wrong and ought not to be extended. This is the only substantial dispute. The fugitive slave clause of the Constitution and the law for the suppression of the foreign slave trade are each as well enforced, perhaps, as any law can ever be in a community where the moral sense of the people imperfectly supports the law itself. The great body of the people abide by the dry legal obligation in both cases, and a few break over in each. This, I think, cannot be perfectly cured, and it would be worse in both cases after the separation of the sections than before. The foreign slave trade, now imperfectly suppressed, would be ultimately revived without restriction in one section, while fugitive slaves, now only partially surrendered, would not be surrendered at all by the other. Physically speaking, we cannot separate. We cannot remove our respective sections from each other, nor build an impassable wall between them. A husband and wife may be divorced and go out of the presence and beyond the reach of each other, but the different parts of our country cannot do this. They cannot but remain face to face, and intercourse, either amicable or hostile, must continue between them. Is it possible, then, to make that intercourse more advantageous or more satisfactory after separation than before? Can aliens make treaties easier than friends can make laws? Can treaties be more faithfully enforced between aliens than laws can among friends? Suppose you go to war. You cannot fight always, and when, after much loss on both sides and no gain on either, you cease fighting, the identical old questions as to terms of intercourse are again upon you. This country, with its institutions, belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it, or their revolutionary right to dismember or overthrow it. I cannot be ignorant of the fact that many worthy and patriotic citizens are desirous of having the national constitution amended. While I make no recommendation of amendments, I fully recognize the rightful authority of the people over the whole subject, to be exercised in either of the modes prescribed in the instrument itself, and I should, under existing circumstances, favor rather than oppose a fair opportunity being afforded the people to act upon it. I will venture to add that to me the convention mode seems preferable, in that it allows amendments to originate with the people themselves, instead of only permitting them to take or reject propositions originated by others, not especially chosen for the purpose, and which might not be precisely such as they would wish to either accept or refuse. I understand a proposed amendment to the Constitution, which amendment, however, I have not seen, has passed Congress, to the effect that the federal government shall never interfere with domestic institutions of the states, including that of persons held to service. To avoid misconstruction of what I have said, I depart from my purpose not to speak of particular amendments, so far as to say that, holding such a provision to now be implied constitutional law, I have no objection to its being made express and irrevocable. The Chief Magistrate derives all his authority from the people, and they have referred none upon him to fix terms for the separation of the states. The people themselves can do this, if also they choose, but the executive as such has nothing to do with it. His duty is to administer the present government as it came to his hands, and to transmit it unimpaired by him to his successor. Why should there not be a patient confidence in the ultimate justice of the people? Is there any better or equal hope in the world? In our present differences, is either party without faith of being in the right? If the Almighty Ruler of nations, with his eternal truth and justice, be on your side of the north, or on yours of the south, That truth and that justice will surely prevail by the judgment of this great tribunal of the American people. By the frame of the government under which we live, this same people have wisely given their public servants but little power for mischief, and have with equal wisdom provided for the return of that little to their own hands at very short intervals. While the people retain their virtue and vigilance, no administration, by any extreme or wickedness or folly, can very seriously injure the government in the short space of 4 years. My countrymen, one and all, think calmly and well upon this whole subject. Nothing valuable can be lost by taking time. If there be an object to hurry any of you in hot haste to a step which you would never take deliberately, that object will be frustrated by taking time. But no good object can be frustrated by it. Such of you as are now dissatisfied still have the old Constitution unimpaired, and, on the sensitive point, the laws of your own framing under it, while the new administration will have no immediate power, if it would, to change either. If it were admitted that you who are dissatisfied hold the right side in the dispute, there is still no single good reason for precipitate action. Intelligence, patriotism, Christianity, and a firm reliance on Him who has never yet forsaken this favored land are still competent to adjust it in the best way all our present difficulty. In your hands, my dissatisfied fellow countrymen, and not in mine, is the momentous issue of civil war. The government will not assail you. You can have no conflict without being yourselves the aggressors. You have no oath registered in heaven to destroy the government, while I shall have the most solemn one to preserve, protect, and defend it. I am loath to close. We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies. Though passion may have strained, it must not break our bonds of affection. The mystic cords of memory, stretching from every battlefield and patriot grave to every living heart and hearthstone all over this broad land, will yet swell the chorus of the Union, when again touched, as surely they will be, by the better angels of our nature. End of the inaugural address of Abraham Lincoln, 16th President of the United States.
The Last Will of Louis XVI by Louis XVI. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. The Last Will of Louis XVI. In the name of the Most Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, this day, the 25th of December, 1792, I, Louis XVI, by name, King of France, having been 4 months shut up with my family in the tower of the Temple at Paris, by those who were my subjects, and deprived of all communication whatever, even since the 11th of this month, with my family, being moreover involved in a trial of which it is impossible to foresee the issue, on account of the passions of men, and for which there is no pretense nor motive in any existing law, having none but God for witness to my thoughts, and to whom I can address myself, I here declare in his presence my last will and sentiments. I leave my soul to God, my Creator. I beseech him to receive it in his mercy, not to judge it according to its merits, but to those of our Lord Jesus Christ, who offered himself as a sacrifice to God his Father for us men, unworthy of it as we are, and I more than any. I die in the faith of our Holy Mother, the Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman Church, which derives her powers in an uninterrupted succession from St. Peter, to whom Jesus Christ had entrusted them.
I firmly believe and acknowledge all that is contained in the Apostles' Creed, the commandments of God and of the Church, the sacraments and mysteries, such the Catholic Church teaches and has always taught them. I never pretended to be a judge of the different modes of explaining the dogmas which divide the Church of Jesus Christ, but I have always trusted and shall always trust, if God grants me life, to the decisions that the ecclesiastical superiors, together with the Holy Catholic Church, give and shall give, according to the discipline of the Church since Jesus Christ. I pity with all my heart my brethren who may be in error, but I do not pretend to judge them, nor do I love them the less in Jesus Christ, according to what Christian charity teaches us. And I pray God to forgive me all my sins. I have scrupulously sought to know them, to detest them, and to humble myself in His presence. Not being permitted to make use of the ministry of a Catholic priest, I pray God to receive the confession which I have made to Him of them, and above all, my sincere repentance for having put my name, though against my will, to acts that may be contrary to the discipline and faith of the Catholic Church, to which I have always been sincerely and faithfully united. I pray God to accept my firm resolution, if He grants me life, to make use as soon as possible of the ministry of a Catholic priest, that I may accuse myself of all my sins and receive the sacrament of penance. I beseech all those whom I may have inadvertently offended, for I do not remember to have knowingly given offense to any person, and those to whom I may have given bad examples, or caused scandal, to forgive the injuries they think I may have done them. I implore all charitable persons to join their prayers to mine, to obtain from God the pardon of my sins. I, with all my heart, forgive those who are become my enemies, although I have not given them any reason to be so, and I beseech God to forgive them, as well as those who, through a false or mistaken zeal, have brought many misfortunes on me. I recommend to God my wife and children, my sisters, my aunts, my brothers, and all those who are attached to me, either by the ties of blood or in any other way whatever. I particularly beseech God to cast a merciful eye on my wife, my children, and my sister, who have long suffered with me, to support them by His grace, if they should happen to lose me, and as long as they remain in this perishable world. I recommend my children to my wife. I never doubted her maternal tenderness for them. I above all recommend to her to make them good Christians and honest people, to make them consider the grandeurs of this world, if they be condemned to possess them, only as dangerous and perishable possessions, and to direct their attention to eternity, the only solid and durable glory. I beg of my sister to continue her tenderness to my children, and to be a mother to them, if they should have the misfortune of losing her who is such. I entreat my wife to forgive me all the afflictions she suffers for my sake, and the sorrows I may have given her in the course of our union, as she may be certain that I have no fault to find with her, even where she may think she has cause to reproach herself. I earnestly recommend to my children, after what they owe to God, which is the first of all duties, to live always in harmony with one another, to be submissive and obedient to their mother, and grateful to her for all the care and trouble she takes for them out of regard to my memory. I desire them to consider my sister as their second mother. I recommend to my son, if he has the misfortune to become king, to remember that he owes himself entirely to his fellow citizens, that he must forget all hatred and resentment, and particularly all that relates to the misfortunes and afflictions that I endure, that he can only make the people happy by reigning according to the laws, but at the same time that a king cannot make himself respected and do all the good he wishes without having the necessary authority, and that otherwise, being restrained in his operations and not inspiring respect, he is rather hurtful than useful. I recommend to my son to take as much care of all those persons who were attached to me as the circumstances he may be in will allow him, to recollect that it is a sacred debt which I have contracted towards the children or the relations of those who have died for me, and those who suffer for my sake. I know that there are several persons among those who ought to have been attached to me who have not acted towards me as they ought, and have even been ungrateful towards me, but I forgive them. Often in time of trouble and confusion, men are not masters of themselves, and I beg my son, if he finds the opportunity, to think only of their misfortunes. I wish I could here give a testimony of my gratitude to those who have shown a true and disinterested affection for me. If, on the one hand, I have been sensibly affected with the ingratitude and disloyalty of those to whom I had shown at all times only kindness to them, their relations or friends, on the other hand, I have had the consolation to receive proofs of disinterested affection and regard from several others. I beg them to accept my best thanks. In the present state of things, I should fear to expose them if I spoke more explicitly, but I particularly recommend to my son to embrace every opportunity of discovering them. Nevertheless, I think I should wrong the national feeling if I were not openly to recommend to my son Messrs. de Chamilly and Hugh, whose sincere affection for me induced them to shut themselves up with me in this melancholy abode, and who ran the risque of being the unfortunate victims of their attachment. I also commend Clary, with whose attentions I have had all reasons to be satisfied ever since he has been with me. As he is the person who has remained with me to the last, I request Messieurs de la Commune to give him my clothes, my books, and the other trifles which have been deposited at the council of the commune. I also very willingly forgive those who guarded me for their ill treatment and the constraint which they thought necessary to keep me under. I have found some feeling and compassionate minds. May they enjoy in their hearts the pleasure that their turn of thinking must afford them. I request Messieurs de Malgerbes, Tronchet, and Dessays to receive my best thanks and assurances of my gratitude for all the care and attention they have shown me. I conclude with declaring before God, being ready to appear before him, that I cannot reproach myself with any of those crimes that have been laid to my charge. Made and copied in the Tower of the Temple, the 25th of December, 1792. Signed, Louis, and undersigned, Baudry, Municipal Officer. And of the last will of Louis XVI.
Louis XVI Français. Lines supposed to be written by Louis XVI after his sentence had been announced, from the French. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. Louis XVI Français. Alas, my people, objects of my care, what crime of mine can thus provoke your hate? I wished with you our equal rights to share, and yet ye destine me a cruel fate. Ah, Frenchmen, is it not that Louis drew his earliest breath beneath this self-same sky? Not that his tender years he passed with you, and lisped with you the tales of infancy. Alas, my people, how have I deserved such bitter anguish, complicated woe? Freedom I freely gave, I not reserved, ye galling fetters in return bestow. Fresh in their love all patriots beheld their guardian genius, prince of their desire. Again with filial awe their bosom swelled, again they hailed me as their royal sire. When I ascended your imperial throne, acknowledged birthright of my ancient race, the first decree, as even my foes will own, my power directed, was an act of grace. Henry, your boast, had foibles which disgrace his brilliant actions, sully his renown. But when did I to minions vile and base betray your honor and resign my own? Name then, oh name the subject, if ye know, by me of life or property deprived. More Frenchmen perished in one night of woe than in the 20 years my reign survived. Could but my death contribute to your good, cut short my days, I cheerfully resign the sad preeminence in which I stood, and with your innocence could equal mine. My last adieu receive, be blessed, be wise, deluded Frenchmen, calm I sink to rest. Oh, could my blood, whilst streaming for your eyes, wash out the hate which rankles in your breast. End of Louis XVI Français.
Louis XVI au français by Gustave Masson, sung in French for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection, Louis XVI au français.
Ô mon peuple, que vous ai-je donc fait? J'aimais la vertu, la justice. Votre bonheur fut mon unique objet, et vous me traînez au supplice, et vous me traînez au supplice. Français, Français, n'est-ce pas parmi vous que Louis reçut la naissance? Le même ciel nous a vus naître tous. J'étais enfant dans votre enfance. Ô mon peuple, ai-je donc mérité tant de tourments et tant de peines, quand je vous ai donné la liberté? Pourquoi me chargez-vous de chaînes? Pourquoi me chargez-vous de chaînes? Tout jeune encore, tous les Français en moi voyaient leur appui tutélaire. Je n'étais pas encore Quand je montais sur ce trône éclatant que me destina ma naissance, mon premier pas dans ce poste brillant fut un édit de bienfaisance, fut un édit de bienfaisance. Le bon Henri, longtemps cher à vos cœurs, eut cependant quelques faiblesses, mais Louis XVI, ami des bonnes mœurs, n'eut ni favori ni maîtresse. Nommez les dons, nommez-moi les sujets, dont ma main signa la sentence. Un seul jour vit périr plus de Français que les 20 ans de ma puissance, que les 20 ans de ma puissance. Si ma mort peut faire votre bonheur, prenez mes jours, je vous les donne. Votre bon roi, déplorant votre erreur, meurt innocente et vous pardonne. Ô mon peuple, recevez mes adieux. Soyez heureux, je meurs sans peine. Puisse mon sang, en coulant sous vos yeux, dans vos cœurs éteindre la haine. Dans vos cœurs éteindre la haine.
End of Louis XVI au français, sung by Ezwa in Belgium in August 2021.
Piano played by Magda Wild. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
An excerpt from the Survey of Occupations Open to the Girl of 14 to 16 Years by Harriet Hazen Dodge, published by the Girls Trade Education League, Boston, Massachusetts, 1912. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Survey of Occupations Open to the Girl of 14 to 16 Years. The Field of Work and its Conditions. The Field of Work. 3,000 to 4,000 girls in Boston, possibly more, certainly no fewer, of the age of 14 to 16 years are working for wages. Opportunity is afforded them chiefly by the department stores, the candy factories, and the shoe factories, which secure about 60% of the total number, the department stores leading with about 1/3 of all employed. Outside this group, the number of these young girls in any individual industry is small, those industries which take the next greatest numbers being knitting mills, paper box factories, bookbinderies, laundries, and shops producing machine-made clothing, along with those where the cheaper tailoring is done. The number entering millinery and dressmaking appears to be constantly decreasing, and the kind of work offered to be chiefly that of errand girl. A remainder of 20 to 24% are distributed among miscellaneous industries, in which, with the exception of some cases where the girls are engaged in packing and labeling, the number in each industry is small, the range being something like 2 to 30. These industries include among others so great a variety as addressing and mailing, feather work, engraving, electric work, leather work, braid and ornament, brush, buffing wheel, carpet, cigar, cork, druggists, supplies, elastic and rubber goods, extract, hardware, nail, novelty, preserved fruit, and tin can manufacturing. In this group, young girls are found in the cigar industry, employed in stripping the mid-rib from the tobacco leaves, branding or stamping the name on the cigars by a machine operated by a foot lever, and labeling the boxes after they have been packed. In the manufacture of carpets, they set the colors for the printer, who calls these out by numbers, to which the color setters must quickly respond by rolling along its track the right box of dye to the spot where it is needed in coloring the design. In buffing wheel manufacture, they unfold bolts of flannel and refold them again in layers. Then, when circular pieces have been cut from these, they place them one on top of the other, preparatory to their being stitched many times around on a machine to form the buffing wheel. In brush making, they insert handles in ferrules, fasten ferrules to handles, weigh and insert bristles, and when the brush is finished, wrap the bristles with paper before packing. In novelty manufacture, they fold, inspect, erase soiled spots from, and count Christmas and Easter cards and Valentines, and do simple pasting on these and on calendars, and collate the calendar leaves. In engraving, they lay the cards one at a time on the copper plate for the engraver, whose hands, covered with ink, are too soiled to touch them. In feather work, they tie ends of ostrich feathers to fashion willow plumes, and assemble pieces of marabou on a series of iron teeth or prongs preparatory to the making of boas. In electric work, they wind wire and assemble pieces of apparatus. In leather work, such as the making of pocketbooks, bags, and belts, they assemble parts, do simple pasting, and turn the edges of the leather. In thread and twine factories, they doff, that is, remove the bobbins from their spindles when they are filled with the spun yarn, and replace them with empty ones. In addressing and mailing, they insert circulars in envelopes and address them in longhand. With the exception of cigar making, carpet manufacture, and leather work, the usual wage in these occupations, even after consecutive years of employment, is $5 to $6, and there is almost no opportunity for advancement either in wage or manual skill, while in the novelty card manufacture and addressing and mailing, the work is nearly always temporary, with a wage of $5 to $7. In the cigar manufacture, which is strongly unionized, the beginner in stripping tobacco leaves serves an apprenticeship of 2 weeks at $3.50, at the end of which time she receives the regular wage of $7. After gaining experience and skill, she may advance on piecework to the maximum of $10 to $11. Labeling and stamping are paid by the week, from $5 to $7. In the carpet industry, young girls start on a low wage and in work which is very disagreeable because of the chemical action of the dye on clothing, nails, and skin. But there is the possibility of advancement to filling or winding the drums of yarn, and to printing the design in colors by a set pattern with practically steady employment and a comparatively fair wage. The leather work offers the possibility of increase in wages above the $5 to $6 wage, and for a small number of older workers, the opportunity of operating power sewing machines. In the remainder of these miscellaneous industries, girls are for the most part packing, bottling, and labeling. For example, in biscuit, preserved fruit, druggists' supplies, extract and nail manufacturing, or finishing, that is, trimming or cutting threads on a machine-stitched product, as in the case of elastic and rubber goods, or doing rude sewing, as that of tags on garments and braid ornaments on cards. In all these cases, the usual wage is $4 to $5, and very rarely exceeds $6. The limited range of choice. Such then is the occupational field open to the 14 to 16-year-old girl. Seldom, because of her immaturity, can she secure general office work, even though she be an accurate speller and bright in arithmetic. Naturally, she is considered by her parents as too young to go away from home to the responsibilities of domestic service, even if she would, and for like reason, personal service such as that of the trained nursery maid is all but barred, while the minimum age requirement of the infants' hospitals, which train girls for this work, is 17 years. To become a telephone operator, she must also be at least 17 years of age, and the telephone company gives preference always to those girls who have had high school education, almost never taking a girl who has had only the grammar school course. The highly skilled trades of millinery and dressmaking have practically closed their doors on the 14 to 16-year-old apprentice, although there is constant demand for older girls who have real ability or who have had training before entering the shops. Range of choice for the untrained 14 to 16-year-old girl, therefore, lies almost absolutely between the factory and the department store, and even within these restricted boundaries possibilities are lessening. One of the largest department stores has recently set the minimum age of all female employees at 17, including stock and bundle girls. Many individual establishments in the factorized industries offering work which she can perform will not employ the 14 to 16-year-old girl because she is too immature, thoughtless, childish, undersized, and slow to grasp details, careless, frivolous, irresponsible, full of kinks, and, as one far-sighted employer said, the firm is looking for dividends, and it cannot afford the economic waste. In the minds of many employers, just the 2 years more maturity is a decided asset, while some in the same industry in which others are employing the 14 to 16-year-old girl will not take girls under 18. Employers who express approval of the child worker do so because her fingers are nimble, because she is more easily taught their ways, or because when there is a lack of supply of experienced and mature workers, they resort to taking her on and training her. It may be said here that in establishments where the standard is higher in regard to age requirements, it is nearly always above the average in other respects. In the group of occupations employing the greatest number of 14 to 16-year-old girls, the candy factory, the department store, and the shoe factory, the last two hold opportunities for advancement to a high wage. In the stitching room of the shoe factory are workers excellently paid, who started at the age of 14, and in the department stores there are assistant buyers and buyers who have risen to their present position from that of cash girl and are receiving salaries well into the thousands. Bookbinding, paper box making, clothing machine operating, the knitting mills, and the laundries include work which is semi-skilled and which affords to some a living wage. That opportunity for advancement is wholly lacking in many of the occupations which the 14 to 16-year-old girl enters, has already been pointed out. But where opportunity does exist for advancement to more desirable positions, even in the first possible steps, whether it be from bundling to selling on the bargain table in the department store, or from the totally unskilled task of the factory to the task which is slightly skilled, the sifting process for the mass of young girl workers is a merciless one, and is based upon perseverance and capability noticeably above the average, upon a tactful aggressiveness, and upon the existence of a vacancy above. Dropped into the monotonous, unskilled, though manually active tasks of the factory, or the more attractive but continuously low-paid tasks of the department store, the average young girl worker lacks the control, the perseverance, the far-sightedness, and the patience to stick to and perform her present task with an eye to a position beyond. One of two things often happens, therefore. She shifts from one place to another, looking vainly for something more satisfactory, or her sensitiveness gives way to dull resignation, and small flames of initiative and ambition easily die out. In the factory she frequently remains year after year at the same low-paid work, which develops neither manual skill nor intelligence. In the department store, studies of the situation thus far make it apparent that the great majority of cash and bundle girls do not reach selling, but discouraged by the low wage and the keenness of competition in getting ahead, they drift instead into other occupations, obviously those of the factory, with the hope, sometimes realized, sometimes not, of doing better elsewhere, in wages at least. End of an excerpt from Survey of Occupations Open to the Girl of 14 to 16 Years by Harriet Hazen Dodge, published by the Girls Trade Education League, Boston, Massachusetts, 1912. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
On Reaching 16, February 2nd, 1916, by M. Robbins Lampson. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. On Reaching 16, February 2nd, 1916. The subtle ways of age move slowly on, and I, like driftwood, follow with the tide. Soon time on life's great shores so broad and wide will cast me with all boyhood's bounties gone. What pity gladdest hours should e'er depart. Let flowers fade before the ripening fruit. Manhood before me, words themselves are mute. I cannot speak the sadness of my heart. I would not leave the happy haunts I love. I am a monarch in my boyish bliss. Ah, why to further conquest must I move? No age can know more joy than boyhood's span, no time of later life more sweet than this. I do not ever want to be a man. End of On Reaching 16.
Revival of Preaching in the 16th Century by the Reverend F. E. Hutchinson, from the Cambridge History of English and American Literature, Volume 4, Chapter 12, Section 1. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. Revival of Preaching in the 16th Century. The Reformation, like every other popular religious movement, the Crusades, Lollardy, the rise of Nonconformity, or the Methodist Revival, owed much to preachers and preaching. But it cannot be said that, in England any more than in Germany, preachers originated the Reformation, or that the Reformation originated popular preaching. A new day had dawned for preaching before Luther's influence was felt. The reproach of the neglect of preaching, which, in spite of some exaggerations, must still rest upon the 15th century in England, was already being rolled away in the opening years of the 16th, and the instigation came from orthodox quarters. For instance, in 1504, the king's mother, the Lady Margaret, Countess of Richmond, doubtless upon the advice of her confessor, John Fisher, established by charter a preachership. The preacher was to be a resident Cambridge fellow, with no cure of souls, and his duty was to preach once every 2 years in each of 12 different parishes in the dioceses of London, Ely, and Lincoln. Fisher himself signalized his elevation to the see of Rochester in this same year by preaching a course of sermons upon the penitential psalms. While some of his colleagues were seldom or never heard, Bishop Fisher continued to preach unremittingly till old age obliged him to "have a chair, and so to teach sitting." When he was vice-chancellor of Cambridge, he obtained a bull, allowing the university to appoint 12 doctors or masters to preach in all parts of the kingdom, "notwithstanding any ordinance or constitution to the contrary." It was Fisher, too, who advised that the Lady Margaret's readers should give attention to preaching, and who urged Erasmus to write his treatise, Ecclesiastes Sive Concionator Evangelicus. The Renaissance, too, with the marked religious character which it bore in England, could not fail to rouse interest in the pulpit. If Colet could hold the attention of doctors and students as he expounded the Pauline epistles in an Oxford lecture room, he might dream of a future for expository preaching from the church pulpit. His opportunity came in 1504, when Henry VII called him "to preside over the cathedral of that apostle whose epistles he loved so much." As Erasmus tells us, Colet set about restoring the decayed discipline of the cathedral body of St. Paul's, and, what was a novelty there, began preaching at every festival in his cathedral. Among the many statutory duties of the dean, there was none obliging him to take any part in preaching. Colet pursued his Oxford plan of delivering courses on some connected subject instead of taking isolated texts, and what Colet did at St. Paul's perhaps inspired another dean to do the like at Lichfield. Ralph Collingwood, who may have known Colet at Oxford and must certainly have known of his doings, instituted a weekly sermon in his cathedral. The practice of set preaching, as distinguished from the informal instruction which was the duty of every parish priest, had, therefore, received some impetus before the Reformation. Yet that movement was to affect the pulpit more profoundly than the Renaissance and Catholic reformers were able to do. It was impatient of the unpreaching prelates who had not followed Bishop Fisher's lead, and it afforded the preacher an audience greedy to hear him. The more controversial he was, the better they liked him. In an age when men read few books and had no newspapers, the sermon at Paul's Cross or the Spittle was the most exciting event of the week. Authority, whether ecclesiastical or civil, could not afford to ignore the power of the pulpit, and therefore sought to control it by a rigorous system of licensing. At every political crisis, general preaching was silenced, and the few privileged pulpits were closely supervised by the government. At Mary's accession, her chaplain preached at Paul's Cross with a guard of 200 halberdiers. Upon the very day of Mary's death, Cecil was taking steps to ensure that the next Sunday's preacher should not "stir any dispute touching the governance of the realm." The result of this strict supervision was that, in the country at large, the pulpit was often reduced to silence, or to the dull fare of homilies. "1,000 pulpits in England are covered with dust," said Bernard Gilpin in a court sermon of 1552. "Some have not had 4 sermons these 15 or 16 years, since friars left their limitations, and a few of those were worthy the name of sermons." In London, however, there was throughout the century an abundance of preaching, and it is London preaching which, almost alone, finds any place in literature. End of Revival of Preaching in the 16th Century.
Saison by Félix Millier. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read in French by Sonia. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. 16 ans. 16 ans. C'est l'âge heureux où, sorti de l'enfance, le jeune homme, soudain, d'un pas hardi, s'élance vers le vaste horizon qui rayonne à ses yeux. Il contemple à la fois et la terre et les cieux, d'un regard effaré, comme au sortir d'un rêve, et la vie à son cœur monte comme une sève. Tout lui semble nouveau, les monts, les bois, les prés, et les nuages d'or, et les flots azurés. Il écoute, ravi, le ruisseau qui murmure, la brise qui soupire, et toute la nature lui parle, et lui, rêveur et joyeux à la fois, s'étonne de comprendre enfin toutes ces voix. 16 ans, il va quitter le toit qui le protège, et secouer gaiement la poudre du collège. Dans le grand drame humain, las d'être spectateur, il veut jouer son rôle et devenir acteur. La vie est un combat, le monde est un théâtre. Il faudra tour à tour et jouer et combattre. Allons, prépare-toi, jeune homme au cœur bouillant. La victoire n'est pas toujours au plus vaillant. Il est vrai, l'homme adroit peut vaincre par surprise. N'importe, va sans crainte et prends pour ta devise ces mots: courage et foi, honneur et liberté, saint amour du progrès et de l'humanité. End of 16 ans.
«16 лет» by Константин Бальмонт. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Ponomarenko. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. 16 лет. Счастливая девушка 16 лет. О, возраст влюбленности и быстрых побед! О, миг пробуждения, румяный расцвет! Весь мир вам как житница, он нам только пуст. Он вам улыбается, как розовый куст, как нежность подвижная смеющихся уст. К вам жизнь приближается, ласкает, зовет, под солнцем на озере скрывается лед, на пчельнике топится и копится мед. Во всем обещание и ласковый свет. Вы спросите, взгляните, вам будет ответ. О, милая девушка, 16 лет. End of 16 лет.
"16 Dead Men" by William Butler Yeats. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. 16 Dead Men. Oh, but we talked at large before the 16 men were shot. But who can talk of give and take, what should be and what not, while those dead men are loitering there to stir the boiling pot? You say that we should still the land till Germany's overcome, but who is there to argue that? Now Pierce is deaf and dumb. And is there logic to outweigh Macdonough's bony thumb? How could you dream they'd listen, that have an ear alone for those new comrades they have found, Lord Edward and Wolfe Tone, or meddle with our give and take that converse bone to bone? End of 16 Dead Men.
"16 Don'ts for Poets" by Arthur Guiterman. Read for LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Tomlinson. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. 16 Don'ts for Poets. Arthur Guiterman has been called the Owen Seaman of America. Of course he isn't, any more than Owen Seaman is the Arthur Guiterman of England. But the verse that brings Arthur Guiterman his daily bread is turned no less deftly than is that of Punch's famous editor. Arthur Guiterman is not a humorist who writes verse. He is a poet with an abundant gift of humour. Now, the author of The Antiseptic Baby and The Prophylactic Pup and The Quest of the Rebound and of those unforgettable rhymed reviews differs from most other poets not only in possessing an abnormally developed sense of humour, but also in being able to make a comfortable living out of the sale of his verse. But when he talked to me recently, he was by no means inclined to advise all able young poets to expect their poetry to provide them with board and lodging. Of course it is possible to make a living out of verse, he said. Walt Mason does it, and so does Burton Braley, and now most of my income comes from my verse. Formerly I wrote short stories, but I haven't written one for 7 or 8 years. Nevertheless, I think it is inadvisable for anyone to set out with the idea of depending on the sale of verse as a means of livelihood. You see, there are, after all, 2 forms, and only 2 forms of literary expression, the prose form and the verse form. Some subjects suit the prose form, others suit the verse form. Anyone who makes writing his profession has ideas severally adapted to both of these forms, and every writer should be able to express his idea in whichever of these 2 forms suits it better. Now, the verse form is older than the prose form, and so I have come to look upon it as the form peculiarly attractive to youth. Many writers outgrew the tendency to use the verse form, but some never outgrew it. Sir Walter Scott was a verse writer before he was a prose writer,
And so was Shakespeare. So were many modern writers, Robert W. Chambers, for example. This theory is true especially in regard to lyric verse. The lyric is nearly always the work of a young man. As a man grows older, he sings less and preaches more. Certainly this was true of Milton. I never thought that I should write verse for a living, but verse happens to be the medium that I love. I ran across my first poem the other day. It was about fireflies, and I was 8 years old when I wrote it. Certainly nearly all writers write verse before they write prose. Perhaps it is atavistic. I don't know that Henry James began with verse, but I'd be willing to bet that he did. One trouble with a great many people who make a living out of writing verse is that they feel obliged always to be verse writers, never to write prose, even when the subject demands that medium. Alfred Noyes gives us an example of this unfortunate tendency in his Drake. I am not disparaging Alfred Noyes' work. He has written charming lyrics, but in Drake, and perhaps in some of the tales from the Mermaid Tavern, I feel that he has written verse not because the subject was especially suited to that medium, but because he felt that he was a verse writer and therefore should not write prose. Mr. Guterman is firmly convinced, however, that a verse writer ought to be able in time to make a living out of his work. If a man calls himself a writer, he said, he ought to be able to make a living out of writing. I think that the writer of verse has a greater opportunity today than ever before. I don't mean to say that the appreciation of poetry is more intense than ever before, but it is more general. More people are reading poetry now than in bygone generations. Compare with the traditions that we have today, those of the early 19th century, of the time of Byron and Sir Walter Scott. Then books of verse sold in large quantities, it is true, but to a relatively small public, to one class of readers. Now not only the poet, but also the verse writer has an enormous public. If a really great poet should arise today, he would find awaiting him a larger public than that known by any poet of the past. But it would be necessary for the poet to be great, for him to find this public. Byron would be more generally appreciated today if he were to live again than he was in his own generation. I mention Byron because I think it is probable that the next great poet will have something of Byron's dynamic quality. Who was the last great poet? I asked. How is one to decide whether or not a poet is great? Asked Mr. Guterman in turn. My own feeling is that the late William Vaughan Moody was a great poet in the making. Perhaps he never really fulfilled his early promise. Perhaps he went back to the themes of bygone ages too much in finding themes for his poetry. It may be that the next really great poet will sing an entirely different strain. It may be that I will be one of those who will say that his work is all bosh. But at any rate he won't be an imitation Whitman or anything of that sort. He won't be any special school, nor will he think that he is founding a school. But it may be that his admirers will find a school with him as its leader, and they may force him to take himself seriously and thus ruin himself. Returning to the subject of the advisability of a writer being able to express himself in verse as well as in prose, Mr. Guterman said, "Especially in our generation, is it true that good verse requires extreme condensation? In most work today, brevity is desirable. The epigram beats the epic. If Milton were living today, he would not write epics. I don't think it improbable that we have men with Miltonic minds, and they are not writing epics. If a man finds that he cannot express his ideas in verse more forcefully than he can in prose, then he ought to write prose. Very often a writer is interested in some little incident which he would not be justified in treating in prose, something too slight to be the theme of a short story. This is the sort of thing which he should put into verse. There is Leigh Hunt's Jenny Kissed Me, for example. Suppose he had made a short story of it. Thinking of this poet's financial success, I asked him just what course he would advise a young poet to pursue who had no means of livelihood except writing. Well, the worst thing for him to do, said Mr. Guterman, would be to devote all his attention to writing an epic. He'd starve to death. I suppose the best thing for him to do would be to write on as many subjects as possible, including those of intense interest to himself. What interests him intensely is sure to interest others, and the number of others whom it interests will depend on how close he is by nature to the mind of his place and time. He should get some sort of regular work so that he need not depend at first upon the sale of his writings. This work need not necessarily be literary in character. Although it would be advisable for him to get employment in a magazine or newspaper office so that he may get in touch with the conditions governing the sale of manuscripts. He should write on themes suggested by the day's news. He should write topical verse. If there is a political campaign on, he should write verse bearing upon that. If a great catastrophe occurs, he should write about that, but he must not write on these subjects in a commonplace manner. He should send his verses to the daily papers, for they are publications most interested in topical verse. But also he should attempt to sell his work to the magazines, which pay better prices than the newspapers. If it is in him to do so, he should write humorous verse, for there is always a good market for humorous verse that is worth printing. He should look up the publishers of holiday cards and submit to them Christmas, Thanksgiving and Easter verses, for which he would receive probably about $5 apiece. He should write advertising verses, and he should perhaps make an alliance with some artist with whom he can work, each supplementing the work of the other. Mr. Guterman, I said, is this the advice that you would give to John Keats if he were to ask you? Yes, certainly, said Mr. Guterman, but you understand that our hypothetical poet must all the time be doing his own work, writing the sort of verse which he specially desires to write. If his pot boiling is honestly done, it will help him with his other work. He must study the needs and limitations of the various publications. He must recognize the fact that just because he has certain powers, it does not follow that everything he writes will be desired by the editors. Marked ability and marketability are different propositions. If he finds that the magazines are not printing sad sonnets, he must not write sad sonnets. He must adapt himself to the demands of the day. There is high precedent for this course. You asked if I would give this advice to the young Keats. Why not, when Shakespeare himself followed the line of action of which I spoke? He began as a lyric poet, a writer of sonnets. He wrote plays because he saw that the demand was for plays, and because he wanted to make a living, and more than a living. But because he was Shakespeare, his plays are what they are. The poet must be influenced by the demand. There is inspiration in the demand. Besides the material reward, the poet who is influenced by the demand has the encouraging, inspiring knowledge that he is writing something that people want to read. I asked Mr. Guterman to give me a list of negative commandments for the guidance of aspiring poets. Here it is. Don't think of yourself as a poet and don't dress the part. Don't classify yourself as a member of any special school or group. Don't call your quarters a garret or a studio. Don't frequent exclusively the company of writers. Don't think of any class of work that you feel moved to do as either beneath you or above you. Don't complain about the lack of appreciation. In the long run, no really good published work can escape appreciation. Don't think you are entitled to any special rights, privileges, and immunities as a literary person, or have any more reason to consider your possible lack of fame a grievance against the world than has any shipping clerk or travelling salesman. Don't speak of poetic license or believe that there is any such thing. Don't tolerate in your own work any flaws in rhythm, rhyme, melody, or grammar. Don't use for ever, or for over, when as, or what time for when, or any of the poetical commonplaces of the past. Don't say did go for went, even if you need an extra syllable. Don't omit articles or prepositions for the sake of the rhythm. Don't have your book published at your own expense by any house that makes a practice of publishing at the author's expense. Don't write poems about unborn babies. Don't write hymns to the great god Pan. He is dead. Let him rest in peace. Don't write what everybody else is writing. End of 16 Don'ts for the Poets by Arthur Guterman. Read by Peter Tomlinson, London.
"16 Months" by Carl Sandburg. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Starner. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection, 16 Months. On the lips of the child, Janet, float changing dreams. It is a thin spiral of blue smoke, a morning campfire at a mountain lake. On the lips of the child, Janet, wisps of haze on 10 miles of corn. Young light blue calls to young light gold of morning. End of 16 Months. Read by David Starner, Las Vegas, Nevada, July 16th, 2021.
A 16-string jack from a book of Scoundrels by Charles Whibley. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. 16-string jack. The green pig stood in the solitude of the North Road. Its simple front, its neatly balanced windows, curtained with white, gave it an air of comfort and tranquillity. The smoke which curled from its hospitable chimney spoke of warmth and good fare. To pass it was to spurn the last chance of a bottle for many a weary mile, and the prudent traveller would always rest an hour by its ample fireside, or gossip with its fantastic hostess. Now the hostess of the little inn was Ellen Roach, friend and accomplice of 16-string Jack, once the most famous woman in England, and still, after a weary stretch at Botany Bay, the strangest of companions, the most buxom of spinsters. Her beauty was elusive even in her triumphant youth, and middle age had neither softened her traits nor refined her expression. Her auburn hair, once the glory of Covent Garden, was fading to a withered grey. She was never tall enough to endure an encroaching stoutness with equanimity. Her dumpy figure made you marvel at her past success, and hardship had furrowed her candid brow into wrinkles. But when she opened her lips, she became instantly animated. With a glass before her on the table, she would prattle frankly and engagingly of the past. Strange cities had she seen. She had faced the dangers of an adventurous life with calmness and good temper, and yet Botany Bay, with its attendant horrors, was already fading from her memory. In imagination, she was still with her incomparable hero, and it was her solace, after 15 years, to sing the praise and echo the perfections of 16-string Jack. "How well I remember," she would murmur, as though unconscious of her audience, "the unhappy day when Jack Rann was first arrested. It was May, and he came back travel-stained and weary in the brilliant dawn. He had stopped a one-horse shay near the 9-mile stone on the Hounslow Road. Every word of his confession is burnt into my brain, and had taken a watch and a handful of guineas. I was glad enough of the money, for there was no penny in the house, and presently I sent the maid-servant to make the best bargain she could with the watch. But the silly jade, by the saddest of mishaps, took the trinket straight to the very man who made it, and he, suspecting a theft, had us both arrested. Even then Jack might have been safe, had not the devil prompted me to speak the truth. Dismayed by the magistrate, I owned, wretched woman that I am, that I had received the watch from Ran, and in 2 hours Jack also was under lock and key. Yet, when we were sent for trial, I made what amends I could. I declared on oath that I had never seen 16-string Jack in my life. His name came to my lips by accident, and, hector as they would, the lawyers could not frighten me to an acknowledgment. Meanwhile, Jack's own behaviour was grand. I was the proudest woman in England as I stood by his side in the dock. When you compared him with Sir John Fielding, you did not doubt for an instant which was the finer gentleman. And what a dandy was my Jack! Though he came there to answer for his life, he was all ribbons and furbelows. His irons were tied up with the daintiest blue bows, and in the breast of his coat he carried a bundle of flowers as large as a birch broom. His neck quivered in the noose, yet he was never cowed to civility. "I know no more of the matter than you do," he cried indignantly, "nor half so much neither." And if the magistrate had not been an ill-mannered oaf, he would not have dared to disbelieve my true-hearted Jack. That time we escaped with whole skins, and off we went after dinner to Vauxhall, where Jack was more noticed than the fiercest of the Bloods, and where he filled the heart of George Barrington with envy. Nor was he idle despite his recent escape. He brought away 2 watches and 3 purses from the garden, so that our necessities were amply supplied. Ah, I should have been happy in those days, if only Jack had been faithful. But he had a roving eye and a joyous temperament, and though he loved me better than any of the baggages to whom he paid court, he would not visit me so often as he should. Why, once he was hustled off to Bow Street because the watch caught him climbing in at Doll Frampton's window, and she, the shameless minx, got him off by declaring in open court that she would be proud to receive him whenever he would deign to ring at her bell. That is the penalty of loving a great man. You must needs share his affection with a set of unworthy wenches. Yet Jack was always kind to me, and I was the chosen companion of his pranks. Never can I forget the splendid figure he cut that day at Bagnigge Wells. We had driven down in our coach, and all the world marvelled at our magnificence. Jack was brave in a scarlet coat, a tambour waistcoat, and white silk stockings. From the knees of his breeches streamed the strings, 8 at each, whence he got his name, and as he plucked off his lace hat the dinner table rose at him. That was a moment worth living for, and when, after his first bottle, Jack rattled the glasses and declared himself a highwayman, the whole company shuddered. "But, my friends," quoth he, "to-day I am making holiday, so that you have not to fear. When the wine's in, the wit's out," and Jack could never stay his hand from the bottle. The more he drank, the more he bragged, until thoroughly fuddled he lost a ring from his finger, and charged the miscreants in the room with stealing it. "However," hiccupped he, "'tis a mere nothing, worth a paltry £100, less than a lazy evening's work, so I let the trifling theft pass." But the cowards were not content with Jack's generosity, and seizing upon him, they thrust him neck and crop through the window. They were 17-1, the craven-hearted loons, and I could but leave the marks of my nails on the cheek of the foremost, and follow my hero into the yard, where we took coach and drove sulkily back to Covent Garden. And yet he was not always in a mad humour. In fact, 16-string Jack, for all his gaiety, was a proud, melancholy man. The shadow of the tree was always upon him, and he would make me miserable by talking of his certain doom. "I have £100 in my pocket," he would say. "I shall spend that, and then I shan't last long." And though I never thought him serious, his prophecy came true enough. Only a few months before the end, we had visited Tyburn together. With his usual carelessness, he passed the line of constables who were on guard. "It is very proper," said he, in his jauntiest tone, "that I should be a spectator on this melancholy occasion." And though none of the dullards took his jest, they instantly made way for him. For my Jack was always a gentleman, though he was bred to the stable, and his bitterest enemy could not have denied that he was handsome. His open countenance was as honest as the day, and the brown curls over his forehead were more elegant than the smartest wig. Wherever he went, the world did him honour, and many a time my vanity was sorely wounded. I was a pretty girl, mind you, though my travels have not improved my beauty, and I had many admirers before ever I picked up Jack Rann at a masquerade. Why, there was a Templar, with 2,000 a year, who gave me a carriage and servants while I still lived at the dressmaker's in Oxford Street, and I was not out of my teens when the old Jew in St. Mary Axe took me into keeping. But when Jack was by, I had no chance of admiration. All the eyes were glued upon him, and his poor Doxy had to be content with a furtive look thrown over a stranger's shoulder. At Barnet races, the year before they sent me across the sea, we were followed by a crowd the livelong day, and truly Jack, in his blue satin waistcoat laced with silver, might have been a peer. At any rate, he had not his equal on the course, and it is small wonder that never for a moment were we left to ourselves. But happiness does not last forever. Only too often we were grovelled for lack of money, and Jack, finding his purse empty, could do naught else than hire a hackney and take to the road again, while I used to lie awake listening to the watchman's raucous voice and praying God to send back my warrior rich and scatheless. So times grew more and more difficult. Jack would stay a whole night upon the heath and come home with an empty pocket or a beggarly half-crown, and there was nothing after a shabby coat that he hated half so much as a sheriff's officer. "Learn a lesson in politeness," he said to one of the wretches who dragged him off to the Marshalsea. "When Sir John Fielding's people come after me, they use me genteelly. They only hold up a finger, beckon me, and I follow as quietly as a lamb. But you bluster and insult as though you had never dealings with gentlemen." Poor Jack! He was of a proud stomach, and could not abide interference. Yet they would never let him go free, and he would have been so happy had he been allowed his own way. To pull out a rusty pistol now and again, and to take a purse from a traveller, surely these were innocent pleasures, and he never meant to hurt a fellow creature, but for all his kindness of heart, for all his love of splendour and fine clothes, they took him at last. And this time, too, it was a watch which was our ruin. How often did I warn him? "Jack," I would say, "take all the money you can. Guineas tell no tale, but leave the watches in their owners' fobs." Alas, he did not heed my words, and the last man he ever stopped on the road was that pompous rascal, Dr. Bell, then chaplain to the Princess Amelia. "Give me your money," screamed Jack, "and take no notice, or I'll blow your brains out." And the doctor gave him all that he had, the mean-spirited devil-dodger, and it was no more than 18 pence. Now, what should a man of courage do with 18 pence? So poor Jack was forced to seize the parson's watch and trinkets as well, and thus it was that the second time we faced the blind beak. When Jack brought home the watch, I was seized with a shuddering presentiment, and I would have given the world to throw it out of the window, but I could not bear to see him pinched with hunger, and he had already tossed the doctor's 18 pence to a beggar woman. So I trudged off to the pawnbroker's to get what price I could, and I bethought me that none would know me for what I was so far away as Oxford Street. But the monster behind the counter had a quick suspicion, though I swear I looked as innocent as a babe. He discovered the owner of the watch, and infamously followed me to my house. The next day we were both arrested, and once more we stood in the hot, stifling court of the Old Bailey. Jack was radiant as ever, the one spot of colour and gaiety in that close, sodden atmosphere. When we were taken from Bow Street 1,000 people formed our guard of honour, and for a month we were the twin wonders of London. The lightest word, the fleetest smile of the renowned highwayman threw the world into a fit of excitement, and a glimpse of Ran was worth a king's ransom. I could look upon him all day for nothing, and I knew what a fever of fear throbbed behind his mask of happy contempt. Yet bravely he played the part into the very end. If the toasts of London were determined to gaze at him, he assured them they should have a proper salve for their eyes. So he dressed himself as a light-hearted sportsman. His coat and waistcoat were of pea-green cloth, his buckskin breeches were spotlessly new and all tricked out with the famous strings. His hat was bound round with silver cords, and even the ushers of the court were touched to courtesy. He would whisper to me as we stood in the dock, "Cheer up, my girl. I have ordered the best supper that Covent Garden can provide, and we will make merry tonight when this foolish old judge has done his duty." The supper was never eaten. Through the weary afternoon we waited for acquittal. The autumn sun sank in hopeless gloom. The wretched lamps twinkled through the jaded air of the court-house. In an hour I lived 1,000 years of misery, and when the sentence was read, the words carried no sense to my withered brain. It was only in my cell I realized that I had seen Jack Ran for the last time, that his pea-green coat would prove a final and ineffaceable memory. Alas, I, who had never been married, was already a hempen widow, but I was too hopelessly heartbroken for my lover's fate to think of my own paltry hardship. I never saw him again. They told me that he suffered at Tyburn like a man, and that he counted upon a rescue to the very end. They told me, still bitterer news to hear, that 2 days before his death he entertained 7 women at supper, and was in the wildest humour. This almost broke my heart. It was an infidelity committed on the other side of the grave. But poor Jack, he was a good lad, and loved me more than them all, though he never could be faithful to me. And thus, bidding the drawer bring fresh glasses, Ellen Roach would end her story. Though she had told it 100 times, at the last words a tear always sparkled in her eye. She lived without friend and without lover, faithful to the memory of 16-string Jack, who for her was the only reality in the world of shades. Her middle age was as distant as her youth. The dressmaker's in Oxford Street was as vague a dream as the inhospitable shore of Botany Bay. So she waited on to a weary eld, proud of the green pig's well-ordered comfort, prouder still that for 2 years she shared the glory of Jack Ran, and that she did not desert her hero even in his punishment. End of 16-string Jack.
"16 Weeks of Fighting" by Private B. Montgomery, Royal West Kent Regiment. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. 16 Weeks of Fighting. I don't know whether you have seen the picture of the retreat from Moscow, showing everybody going along in a drove, this, that, and the other way. You know it? Well, that wasn't a patch on some parts of the Great Retirement on Paris. But there was this enormous difference, that the retreat from Moscow was just that and nothing more, while our retirement was simply the beginning of what was to be a splendid victory. It led up to the present tremendous fighting and this terrific trench work, and let me say that it is impossible for anybody who has not taken part in that trench warfare to realise what it means. Words and pictures will enable you to understand the life to some extent, but only by sharing in it will you fully realise its awful meaning. But I'm not grumbling, I'm only stating a fact. Trench life is hard and dismal work, especially in a winter like this, but everything that it has been possible to do for the British soldier by the folk at home has been done. Look at this, one of the new skin coats that have been served out to us. This is the way we wear it. Yes, it certainly does smell, but it's goat skin, and might have done with a bit more curing. And I can tell you that it takes a lot of even the wet and wind of the Low Countries to get through the fur and skin. These coats are splendid and a perfect godsend. I won't attempt to tell you about things exactly as they happened. I'll talk of them just as they come into my mind, so that you can understand what the Royal West Kents have done. I can speak, I hope, as a fully trained soldier, for I served 8 years with the colours and 2 years in the reserve before I was called up, and I did 7 years abroad in China, Singapore, and India, so I had got into the way of observing things that interest a soldier. Well, one of my first and worst experiences was when at about 10:30 at night the order for a general retirement was given, but through some mistake that order did not reach a sergeant and 14 of the West Kents, of whom I was one, and it was not until just before 4 o'clock in the morning that we got the word, and began to try and pull ourselves out of it. The Germans were then not more than 80 yards away from us, and our position was desperate. To make matters worse, the bridge by which we had to get across a neighbouring canal had been blown up, but as it happened, the detonator on the overhead part of the bridge had not exploded, so that there was still a sort of communication across the water. The bridge was full of wire entanglements and broken chains, a mass of metal wreckage, and the only way of crossing was to scramble along the ruins and crawl along what had been the iron parapet, which was only 8 or 9 inches wide. You'll best understand what I mean if you imagine one of the iron bridges over the Thames destroyed, and that the principal thing left is the flat-topped Ironside which you often see. Under a terrible fire we made for the parapet and got on to it as best we could. I was the last man but one to get on to it. Just in front of me was Lance Corporal Gibson, and just behind me was Private Bailey. With the Germans so near, so many of them, and keeping up such a heavy fire on us, you can imagine what it meant to crawl along a twisted parapet like that. The marvel is that a single one of us escaped, but a few of us did, which was no credit to the German marksmanship. The bullets whizzed and whistled around us, and very soon both the man in front of me and the man behind were struck. The corporal was knocked straight over and disappeared. Bailey was shot through the instep, but he managed to hold on to the parapet, and to make a very singular request. "Mont," he said, "come and take my boot off." I turned round and saw what had happened to him, but of course it wasn't possible to do what he asked, when it needed every bit of one's strength and skill to hang on to the parapet and keep crawling, so I cried back, "Never mind about taking your boot off, come on." It was no use saying anything. Poor chap, he would insist on having his boot off, so I said, "For heaven's sake get along, or we shall all get knocked over." And with that I started to crawl again, and to get ahead as best I could. The corporal, as I have said, had gone. He had been hit right between the shoulder blades, and I just saw him roll over into the horrible barbed wire entanglements. What exactly happened to poor Bailey I don't know. I hadn't a chance of looking back, but I heard afterwards that both he and the corporal were found lying there, dead, with their faces spattered with blood. At last, after what seemed like a miraculous escape, I got clear of the parapet, with a few more, and landed safely on the other side of the canal, looking for the West Kents. But it had been impossible to reform any battalion, and regiments were walking about like flocks of sheep. Efforts were being made to reform our own men, but at that time there was no chance of doing so. It was the sight of these disorganised and wandering soldiers that brought to my mind the picture of the retreat from Moscow. It was not until we reached Le Cateau that the handful of us rejoined the regiment, and so far as fighting went, we merely changed from bad to worse. At Le Cateau the West Kents held the second line of trenches, and the Yorkshire light infantry were in the first line, so that we were supporting them. We had the 121st and 122nd batteries of the Royal Field Artillery in front of us, and no troops could wish for better gunners than the British. We got into the trenches at about 4:30 in the morning of the 26th, and remained in them for something like 12 hours, and during that time we took part in what was probably the fiercest battle that had ever been fought up to that time, though there was worse to follow in the Ypres region. We were rather unlucky, as it happened, because we were forced to lie in the trenches and watch the other regiments and our artillery shelling the enemy without our being able to fire a shot, for we were so placed that we could not do anything effective against the enemy just then. The Yorkshire Light Infantry retired, and then came the order for the West Kents to go. It was an order that needed the greatest care and courage to carry out, but it had been given, and, of course, the West Kents always do just what they are told to do. We did so now, with the result, I am proud to say, that we carried out Colonel Martin's command to the letter. "Don't get excited in any way," he said. "Just go off as if you were on battalion parade." And we did, and the Colonel showed us how to do it, for he walked off just as he might have walked off the barrack square, though all the time we were under heavy shell fire and our men were falling. We lost a fair number, but not many, considering the nature of the fire upon us. We got as far as St. Quentin, which is a big town, trying to find out where our regiment had gone, but we got cold comfort, for a man came up and said, "It's no good going in there, the town's surrounded. The best thing you can do is to put down your arms and surrender." We didn't relish the surrender suggestion, so we started to make inquiries. A sergeant who spoke French went up to the gendarme who was at the side of the railway station and asked him if it was true that the town was surrounded. The gendarme replied that he didn't know, but he believed the statement was true. Anyway, he advised us to remain where we were. Not satisfied with that, about half a dozen of us went up to a French cavalry officer and put the question to him. The cavalry officer, like the gendarme, said he didn't know, but told us that the best thing we could do was to go on to a place which he named, about 8 miles away, and off we went. But before we reached it we came across a cavalry division and learned that it was not safe to go farther. Again we were advised to remain where we were, and we did for the time being. It was not until later that we discovered what a narrow escape we had had, for 3 German cavalry divisions had been ordered to pursue the retiring troops hereabouts, but through a blunder the order had miscarried, and the Uhlans did not follow us. In such a serious business as this we had, of course, lost heavily, and we continued to lose. Major Buckle, D.S.O., one of the bravest men that ever stepped in a pair of shoes in the British Army, lost his life in attempting to distribute the West Kents. That is merely one of the many instances of officers and men who were killed under fire. Sometimes men were lost in the most extraordinary manner, especially owing to shell fire. At one time about 6 big shells burst, and in the wreckage caused by one of the explosions 10 men were buried. Men volunteered to go and try to dig these poor fellows out, but as fast as the volunteers got to work they too were shelled and buried, so that in the end about 30 men were buried alive. It was useless to attempt to continue such a forlorn hope, and it was impossible to dig the men out, so they had to be left. It was hard to do this, but there was nothing else for it. Bodies of men were lost too, as prisoners, when overpowering numbers of Germans had to be met, or when the Germans rushed unarmed men and left them no alternative to capture. A doctor and 25 men of the West Kents, who were acting as stretcher-bearers, were taken. Very splendid work is done by the stretcher-bearers, who go to the trenches every night to collect the wounded and bring them into the hospitals. All sorts of buildings and places are used as hospitals, and in this case it was the cellar of a house in a village that was utilised. The men were not armed, as they were acting as members of the Royal Army Medical Corps to render first aid. Just about midnight the Germans broke through the line and surrounded the village, and rushed in and captured the stretcher-bearers and took them off, no doubt thinking they had gallantly won a very fine prize. I remember this particular occasion well, because on the following morning we were reinforced by some of the native Bhopal infantry from India, and that took me back to the time I spent in that country. Little did I think in those days, when we were associated so much with the troops of the Indian Army, that the day would come when, in the heart of winter, we and the Indians would be fighting side by side in the awful Low Countries. I got used to the heat of the day and the cold of the night in India, but it wasn't easy to become accustomed to the sweltering heat of the earlier days of the war, or the bitter cold of the winter. One day, not long before I came home, we had 6 miles to do after a very heavy fall of snow. We ploughed through the snow in the daytime, and at night we travelled in the transport. But what with the snow by day and the bitter freezing by night, we were 14 hours covering that short distance, which works out at something under half a mile an hour. And that was the roundabout way we had to go to get at some enemy trenches, which were only about 50 yards away from us. But, in spite of this terrific weather, we had only 1 or 2 cases of frostbite. A change on trench work and actual fighting came with my being told off as an ammunition carrier. There are 2 ammunition carriers to each company, and our duty was to keep the firing line well supplied with ammunition. This we fetched from the pack mules, which were some distance away, and we took it to the men in the firing line, in bandoliers, which we filled from the boxes carried by the mules. It was lively work, especially when the mules turned awkward and the firing was hot, but we got through it all right, Lance Corporal Tweedale and myself. One night, when the shell and rifle fire was very heavy, we went up to the firing line with ammunition, which was badly wanted, and we had such a hot time of it that the officer in charge advised us to remain for a couple of hours till the firing slackened or ceased, but we had a feeling that it would be more comfortable in the rear, and as the matter rested with us, we started off to get back. This was one of the most uncomfortable bits of journeying I ever undertook, for in order to shelter from the fire of the Germans, which threatened every second to kill us, we had to crawl along a ditch for fully 3/4 of a mile. We crawled along in the darkness, with the bullets whizzing and shells bursting, but we lay low, and at last got out of it and landed back at the rear, which was certainly more agreeable than being in the very thick of the firing line. I am proud to be one of the Royal West Kents, because they have done so well in this great war. "Give 'em a job and they'll do it," a general said of us, just after Le Cateau. One day another general said, "What regiment is that coming out of the trenches?" The answer was, "The Royal West Kent, sir," and the general promptly said, "For heaven's sake, give them a rest, they've earned it." But we hadn't gone more than 200 yards when a staff officer told us to get into position in a field and dig ourselves in, and we were the last out of action that day. At another time, when we had been hard at it, the general said, "Come on, West Kents, in another half hour you'll be in your billets." And we went on, for that sounded very cheerful. But instead of going into billet, we had half an hour's rest for a drop of tea. Then we went on outpost duty for the night and woke in the morning in a big scrap. I am mentioning these things just to show how unexpectedly disappointments came at times, but we soon got into the way of taking these setbacks as part of the day's work. When the winter advanced, the strain became uncommonly severe, but we were able to bear it, owing to the first-rate system of relief we had, a relief which gave us as much change as possible on the confinement and hardship of the actual trenches. Some very strange things happened in the trenches, and none were stranger than those cases of men being in them for long periods under heavy fire and escaping scot-free, to be succeeded by others who lost their lives almost as soon as they got into their places. There was one youngster, he could not have been more than 17 or 18, who had been in France only about a fortnight. He was having his second day in the trenches, and, like a good many more who were new to the business, he was curious to see what was going on. This was particularly dangerous, as the Germans were only 60 yards away, and any seen movement on the part of our men brought instant fire. The officer kept telling the youngster to keep down, and more than once he pulled him down, but the lad seemed fascinated by the porthole of the trench, the loophole it is generally called, and he looked through it again. Once too often, for a German marksman must have spotted him. Anyway, a bullet came through the porthole and struck the lad just under the eye, went through his brain and killed him on the spot. I will give you another curious instance, that of Sergeant Sharp. It was his turn to be in reserve, but he had volunteered to go up to the trenches to look round. He had scarcely had time to put his feet in them before a shot came and struck him between the eyes, killing him instantly. I especially remember the sad case of the inquisitive youngster, because it happened on the very day I was wounded, and that was December the 16th. I was in a trench, sitting over a coke fire in a biscuit tin, when a bullet struck me on the chin. Here's the scar. Then went to the back of the trench, where it struck a fellow in the head, without seriously hurting him, and came back to me, hitting me just above the right eye, but not doing any serious mischief. After that I was sent into hospital, and later on came home. On the way back I came across two very singular cases. One was that of a man who had had his arm amputated only a fortnight previously, and he was not used to it. He used to turn round and say, "I keep putting up my hand to scratch the back of it, and the hand isn't there." I saw another poor fellow, quite a youngster, who was being carried on a stretcher to the train. Both his legs had been blown off by a shell. I was right alongside when he said, "For heaven's sake, cover up my feet, they're cold." He lived for about half an hour after that, but never reached the train. There is one thing I would like to say in finishing, and that is to thank our own flesh and blood for what they have done for us. I am sure there never can have been a war in which so much has been done in the way of sending presents like cigarettes and tobacco, but I think that too much has been sent at one time, and that friends would do well to keep some of the goods back a bit. They will all be wanted later on. End of 16 weeks of fighting.
Sonnet 16 by William Shakespeare, read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Caveat. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. Sonnet 16. But wherefore do you not a mightier way make war upon this bloody tyrant, time, and fortify yourself in your decay with means more blessed than my barren rhyme? Now stand you on the top of happy hours, and many maiden gardens yet unset, with virtuous wish would bear you living flowers, much liker than your painted counterfeit. So should the lines of life that life repair, which this, time's pencil, or my pupil pen, neither in inward worth nor outward fair, can make you live yourself in eyes of men. To give away yourself keeps yourself still, and you must live, drawn by your own sweet skill. End of Sonnet 16.
Astrophil and Stella, Sonnet 16, by Sir Philip Sidney. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. Astrophil and Stella, Sonnet 16. In nature apt alike when I did see beauties, which were of many carats fine, my boiling sprites did thither soon incline, and, love, I thought that I was full of thee. But finding not those restless flames in me, which others said did make their souls to pine, I thought those babes of some pin's hurt did whine, by my love judging what love's pain might be. But while I thus with this young lion played, mine eyes, shall I say cursed or blessed, beheld Stella. Now she is named, need more be said? In her sight I a lesson new have spelled. I now have learned love right, and learned e'en so, as who by being poisoned doth poison know. End of Sonnet 16. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Am 16. Sonntage nach Pfingsten by Annette Droste-Hülshoff. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. Am 16. Sonntage nach Pfingsten. Ihr könnet nicht Gott dienen und dem Mammon. Wer nur vertraut auf Gottes Macht in allen seinen Nöten, den hat kein Feind zum Fall gebracht, den kann kein Gegner töten. Und wo die Angst ihn überfällt, da wird der allerstärkste Held an seine Seite treten. Der wird mit seinem scharfen Speer die Gegner ihm zerstäuben, und von dem allergrößten Heer kein Huf wird übrig bleiben, sei's äußrer oder innerer Feind. Wenn nur der rechte Held erscheint, der kann ihm Grenzen schreiben. Er ist der allerbeste Herr, den einer mag erlangen. Glückselig ist der Fröner, der in seinem Dienst gefangen. So süß ist seine Sklaverei, dass jeder, sei er noch so frei, mag tragen drum verlangen. Des Hungers Qual, der Blöße Schmach, die weiß er zu vergelten. Es durft ihn noch bis diesen Tag nicht einer treulos schelten. Er zahlt mit wucherndem Gewinst an alle, die in seinen Dienst ihr Gut und Leben stellten. Und aller Stärke Talisman, den hält er in der Rechten, selbst aus den schärfsten Dornen kann er Rosenkränze flechten. Er zeigt im wilden Kampfrevier die echte Aarons Schlange, dir musst du mit Vipern fechten. Und rüttelt sich der grimmste Feind, da lehrt er dich ein Zeichen, vor dem, so schlimm er es auch meint, muß schnell der Drache weichen. Nur sei es von bereiter Hand, mit rechtem Glauben angewandt, sonst mag es nimmer reichen. Wem schwach der Glaube und Vertrauen, ob ihn die Sehnsucht treibe, der darf doch noch von ferne schauen, dass er im Nachtrab bleibe, auf dem erquickend in der Glut des Helden milder Schatten ruht, wie mächt'gen Schildes Scheibe. Doch wem der Glaube echt und klar, den kann kein Leid bezwingen, der mag wohl aller Güter bar noch wie ein Vogel singen. Schaut doch die Lilien in dem Feld, wie sind sie frisch und wohlbestellt, wie grün und guter Dingen. Sie haben nicht des Webens Acht und sind so reich gezieret, dass Salomo in seiner Pracht viel minder Lob gebühret. Schaut doch die jungen Raben an, wie sind sie satt und wohlgetan, wie blank und glatt geschnüret. Er, der die jungen Raben nährt, er wird auch meiner walten, und müsst er aus der Schlack am Herd die Brote mir gestalten. O Heil, dass ich den Herrn erwarb, bei dem kein Diener noch verdarb, an ihn will ich mich halten. End of am 16. Sonntage nach Pfingsten.
The art of tying the cravat,
demonstrated in 16 lessons, by H. LeBlanc, Esquire. Lesson 16, read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Carmen Fulmer. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. The Art of Tying the Cravat, demonstrated in 16 lessons by H. LeBlanc, Esquire, 1828. The Art of Tying the Cravat, demonstrated in 16 lessons, including 32 different styles, forming a pocket manual, and exemplifying the advantage arising from an elegant arrangement of this important part of the costume. Lesson 16, and last, important and necessary observations. In all cases of apoplexy, fainting, or illness in general, it is requisite to loosen or even remove the cravat immediately. The greatest insult that can be offered to a man, comme il faut, is to seize him by the cravat. In this case, blood only can wash out the stain upon the honor of either party. The cravat should invariably be loosened before the commencement of study or of any important business. Those who have a short neck, high shoulders, a round, full, and fresh-colored face, and who are at all subject to headaches, beatings of the temples, etc., should be most careful to wear the cravat loose. The neglect of this precaution will generally produce an attack of the complaint to which they may be liable. Those who are accustomed to sleep in the cravat should be most careful in examining whether it be loose. In all cases of organic diseases of the heart or large vessels, etc., it should be entirely prohibited. Lastly, every person at all accustomed to travel and who has the least respect for his appearance should provide himself with a box for containing a collection of cravats. This box must be divided into several compartments and be made of the following proportions: 18 inches in length, 6 inches in width, and 12 in depth. It should contain 1. A dozen, at least, of plain white cravats. 2. The same quantity of spotted and striped white cravats. 3. A dozen colored ditto. 4. 3 dozen, at least, shirt collars. 5. 2 whalebone stiffeners. 6. 2 black silk cravats. 7. The small iron mentioned in the first lesson. 8. As many copies as possible of this important and useful work, taking the precaution of having them well bound, that they may occupy less room. Footnote 2. Editor's opinion. Conclusion. On the importance of the cravat in society. When a man of rank makes his entrée into a circle distinguished for taste and elegance, and the usual compliments have passed on both sides, he will discover that his coat will attract only a slight degree of attention, but that the most critical and scrutinizing examination will be made on the set of his cravat. Should this unfortunately not be correctly and elegantly put on, no further notice will be taken of him. Whether his coat be of the reigning fashion or not will be unnoticed by the assembly. All eyes will be occupied in examining the folds of the fatal cravat. His reception will in future be cold, and no one will move on his entrance. But if his cravat is savamment and elegantly formed, although his coat may not be of the last cut, everyone will rise to receive him with the most distinguished marks of respect, will cheerfully resign their seats to him, and the delighted eyes of all will be fixed on that part of his person which separates the shoulders from the chin. Let him speak downright nonsense, he will be applauded to the skies. It will be said, this man has critically and deeply studied the 32 lessons on the art of tying the cravat. But again, reverse the picture, it will be found that the unfortunate individual who is not aware of the existence of this justly celebrated work, however well informed he may be on other subjects, will be considered as an ignorant pretender, and will be compelled to suffer the impertinence of the fop, who will treat him with disdain merely because his cravat is not correctly disposed. He will moreover be obliged to hear in silence, and to approve, under pain of being considered unacquainted with the common rules of politeness, all the remarks which he will thus subject himself to, occasionally relieved by hearing a whisper of, "He cannot even put on a cravat properly." The End. End of the Art of Tying the Cravat, demonstrated in 16 lessons, Lesson 16. Read by Carmen Fulmer, West Virginia, August 4th, 2021.
When She Was About 16 by James Whitcomb Riley. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Devorah Allen. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. When She Was About 16. All 'at I ever want to be is us to be a man like Pa, when he was young and married Ma. Uncle, he telled us yesterday, us all about it then, 'cause they, my Pa and Ma, was both away to 'tend protracted meetin', where my Ma and Pa is allus there when all the big revivals is, and love feasts too, and class and prayer, and when's communion services. And yes, and Uncle said to never tell them ner let on, like we knowed now as how they got first married. So, while they was gone, Uncle he telled us everything, 'bout how my Pa was ist a poor farm boy. He says, I tell you what, your Pa was poor, but neighbors they all liked him, all but one old man, and his old wife, that folks all say nobody liked ner never can. Yes, sir, and Uncle pert nigh swore about the mean old man and way he treat my Pa, 'cause he's a poor farm hand, but prouder'n a king, and ist work on he did, and wore his old patch clothes ist anyway. So he saved up his wages, then he ist worked on and saved some more, and ist worked on ist night and day, till, sir, he save up $9 or $10 or $100. But he keep all still about it, Uncle say, but he ist thinks, and thinks a heap. Though what he was a-thinkin' Pa, he never tell a soul but Ma. Then, course, you know, he wasn't Pa, and course, you know, she wasn't Ma. They was ist sweethearts, course you know. 'Cause Ma was ist a girl about 16, and when my Pa he go a-courtin' her Pa and Ma, the very first they find it out was maddest folks you ever saw, 'cause it was her old Ma and Pa 'at hate my Pa and tossed their head and ist raised Ned, and her Pa said he'd rather see his daughter dead, and said she's ist a child, and so was Pa, and if he was man grown and only man on earth below, his daughter shouldn't marry him if he's a king and on his throne. Pa's chances then looked mighty slim, for certain, Uncle said, but he never told a soul but her what he was keepin' quiet fer. Her folks ist lived a mile from where he lived at, and they drove past there to get to town, and everyone and all the neighbors they liked her, and showed it, but her folks, no sir. Nobody liked her parents, none, and so when they shet down, you know, on Pa, and old man tell him so, Pa ist went back to work, and she ist waited, and sir, purty soon, her folks they thought he's turned his eyes some other way, 'cause by and by they heard he'd rented the old place he worked on, and one afternoon a neighbor that had busted trace then went back to the house to tell his wife the news as he went past the smokehouse, and then went on in the kitchen where his daughter she was washin' to tell her, and grin and try to worry her a spell, the mean old thing. But Uncle said she ain't cry much, is pull her old sunbonnet forwards on her head, so's old man he can't see her face at all. And when he s'pose he scold and jaw enough, he is clear out and think he's boss of all the place. Then uncle say, the first you know, they's go to be a circus show in town, and old man think he'll take his wife and go. And when she say to take their daughter too, she shake her head like she don't want to go. And when he sees she wants to stay, the old man takes her anyway. And so she went. But uncle he said she looked mighty sweet that day, though she was pale as she could be, especially a driving by White where her beau lived at, you know. But out the corner of his eye the old man watch her, but she throw her parasol round so she can't see the house at all. And then she hear her pa and ma a-talkin' low and kind o' laughin' like, but she is set there in the seat behind, pretendin' like she didn't mind. And uncle say when they got past the young man's place, and 'parently he wasn't home, but off and gone to town, the old man turned at last and talked back to his daughter there, all pleasant like, from then clean on till they got into town, and where the circus was, and on inside o' that, and through the crowd, on to the very top seat in the tent, right next the band, a-bangin' through a tune 'at bust his years in two. And there the old man scrouged and tried to make his wife set down, and she a-yellin'. But it's what she meant he couldn't hear, nor couldn't see till she turned round and pinted. Then he turned and looked again. He ist saw neighbors everywhere, but, sir, his daughter wasn't there. And uncle says he even saw her beau, you know, he hated so, and he was with some other girl. And then he heard the clown haw-haw, and saw the horses wheel and whirl around the ring, and heard the zip of the ringmaster's long slim whip. But that whole circus, uncle said, was all inside the old man's head. And uncle said he didn't find his daughter all that afternoon, and her ma says she'll lose her mind if they don't find her purty soon. But though they looked all day and stayed there for the night performance, not no use at all. They never laid their eyes on her, and then they got their team out, and the old man shook his fist at all the town, and then shook it up at the moon again, and said his time had come some day, and jerked the lines and drive away. Uncle, he said he spec that night the old man's madder yet when they drive past the young man's place and hear a fiddle there and see a light inside, and shadders light and gay a-dancin' cross the winder blinds. And some young chaps outside yelled, "Say, what 'pears to be the hurry, hey?" But the old man ist whipped the lines and streaked past like a runaway. And now you'll be surprised, I bet. I hardly ain't quit laughin' yet. When uncle say that jamboree and dance and all, why, that's a sign that any old man ought to see, as plain as 8 and 1 makes 9, that they's a weddin' right inside that very house he's whippin' so to get a past. And, sir, the bride there's his own daughter. Yes, and oh, she's my ma now, and young man she got married, he's my pa. Whoopee! But uncle say to not laugh all the laughin' yet, but please save some to kind of spice up what's to come. Then uncle say about next day the neighbors they begin to call and wish him well, and say how glad and proud and tickled every way their friends all is, and how they had the lovin' prayers of everyone that had homes of their own, but none said nothin' about the home that she had run away from, so she sighed sometimes, and onct she pert nigh cried. Well, uncle say her old pa he is like to died, he was so mad, and her ma too, but by and by they cool down some. And 'bout a week she want to see her ma so bad she thinks she'll have to go, and so she coax him and he kiss her cheek and say Lord bless her, course they'll go. And uncle say when they're both come and knockin' there at her old home, why first he know the door it flew open all quick and she's jerked in, and quicker still the door's banged to and locked, and 'cross the window sill the old man pokes a shotgun through and says to git. You stoled my child, he says, and now she's back. Why, you clear out this minute, or I'll kill you. Yes, and I'll kill her too, if you don't go. And then all wild his young wife begs him please to go, and so he turn and walk, all slow and pale as death, but awful still and calm back to the gate, and on into the road where he had gone so many times alone, you know. And uncle say a whippoorwill holler so lonesome as he go on back towards home, he say he spec he ist like to wring its neck. And I ain't think he's goin' back all by hisself, but uncle say that's what he does, and it's a fact. And 'pears like he's gone back to stay, 'cause there he stick is that-a-way, and don't go nowheres any more, ner don't nobody ever see him set his foot outside the door, till 'bout 5 days a boy loped down the road a-comin' past from town, and he called to him from the gate, and sent the old man word. He's thought things over now, and while he hate to lose his wife, he thinks she ought to mind her pa and ma and do whatever they advise her to. And sends word, too, to come and get her new things and the furniture that he had special bought for her, 'cause now that they was going to quit, she's free to us have all of it. So for his love for her, he say, to come and get it, right away. And spang, that very afternoon, here come her ma, is 'bout as soon as old man could hitch up and tell her hurry back. And 'bout as quick as she drove there to where my to where her son-in-law lives at, he meets her at the door, all smilin', though he's awful pale and trembly, like he's ist been sick. He take her in the house, and 'fore she knows it, they's a cellar door shut on her, and she hears the click of the old rusty padlock. Then, uncle, he says, she kind o' stands, and thinks, and thinks, and thinks again, and maybe thinks of her own child locked up like her, and uncle smiled, and I ist laughed and clapped my hands. And there she stayed, and she can cry ist all she want, and yell and kick to ist her heart content, and try to pry out with a quiltin' stick, but uncle say he guess at last she 'bout give up, and holler through the door crack fur to please to be so kind and good and send and tell the old man, like she want him to come 'fore night and set her free, or they was rats down there, and yell she did till uncle say it soured the mornin's milk in the back yard. But all the answer reached her where she's scared so in the dark down there was ist a mutterin' that she heard, I've sent him word, I've sent him word. And sure 'nough, as uncle say, he has sent word. Well, it's plumb night, and all the house is shut up tight, only one winder 'bout halfway raised up, you know, and ain't no light inside the whole house, uncle say. Then first you know there where the team stands hitched yet, there the old man stands, a old tin lantern in his hands and monkey wrench, and he don't seem to make things out a-standin' there. He comes onto the gate and feels and fumbles for the latch, then hears a voice that chills him to the heels. You halt and stand right where you air. Then, sir, his son-in-law, there at the winder with his gun, he tell the old man what he's done. You hold my wife a prisoner, and your wife, drat ye, I've got her. And now, sir, uncle say he say, you ist turn round and climb right in that wagon, and drive home again and bring my wife back right away, and we'll trade then, and not before will I unlock my cellar door, not for your wife's sake nor your own, but my wife's sake, and hers alone. And uncle say, it don't sound like it so, but yet it is. He say, from right then somepin seemed to strike the old man's funny bones some way, and minute more that team of his went tearin' down the road, ka-whiz! And in the same 240 style come whizzin' back, and oh, that 'ere sweet girl a-cryin' all the while, thinkin' about her ma there shettin' her own daughter's cellar where, this week or so she's kept house there, she hadn't time to clean it yet. So when her pa and her they get there, and the young man grab and kiss and hug her till she make him quit, and ask him where her mother is, and then he smile and try to not, then slow like find the old padlock key, and blow a oat hull out of it, and then stoop down there where he's got her ma locked up so carefully, and where right there he say he thought it ought to been the old man, though uncle he say he reckoned not. When out she bounced, all tickled so to taste fresh air again and find her folks once more and grab her child and cry and laugh and even go and hug the old man, and he wind her in his arms and laugh and pat her back and say he's reconciled, in such a happy scene as that, to swap his daughter for her ma, and have so smart a son-in-law as they had. Yes, and he's my pa, I laugh and yell, hooray, hoorah! End of When She Was About 16.
The History of 16 Wonderful Old Women. Read for the LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox 16th Anniversary Collection. The History of 16 Wonderful Old Women. 1. Mistress Towel. There was an old woman named Towel, who went out to sea with her owl. But the owl was seasick, and screamed for physic. which sadly annoyed Mistress Towel. 2. Old Woman of France. There came an old woman from France, who taught grown-up children to dance, but they were so stiff, she sent them home in a miff, this sprightly old woman from France. 3. Old Woman of Bath. There was an old woman of Bath, and she was as thin as a lath. She was brown as a berry, with a nose like a cherry, this skinny old woman of Bath. 4. Old Woman of Croydon. There was an old woman of Croydon, to look young she affected the hoyden, and would jump and would skip, till she put out her hip. Alas, poor old woman of Croydon. 5. Old Woman of Harrow. There was an old woman of Harrow, who visited in a wheelbarrow, and her servant before knocked loud at each door, to announce the old woman of Harrow. 6. Old Woman of Gloucester. There was an old woman at Gloucester, whose parrot 2 guineas it cost her, but his tongue never ceasing was vastly displeasing to the talkative woman of Gloucester. 7. Old Woman of Exeter. There dwelt an old woman at Exeter. When visitors came it sore vexed her, so for fear they should eat, she locked up all the meat, this stingy old woman of Exeter. 8. Old Woman of Gosport. There was an old woman of Gosport, and she was one of the cross sort. When she dressed for the ball, her wig was too small, which enraged this old lady of Gosport. 9. Old Woman of Lynn. There lived an old woman at Lynn, whose nose very near touched her chin. You may easy suppose she had plenty of beaux, this charming old woman of Lynn. 10. Old Woman of Leith. There was an old woman of Leith, who had a sad pain in her teeth, but the blacksmith uncouth scared the pain from her tooth, which rejoiced the old woman of Leith. 11. Old Woman of Surrey. There was an old woman in Surrey, who was morn, noon, and night in a hurry, called her husband a fool, drove her children to school, the worrying old woman of Surrey. 12. Old Woman of Devon. There was an old woman of Devon, who rose every morning at 7, for her house to provide, and to warm her inside, this provident woman of Devon. 13. Old Woman of Spain. There was an old woman in Spain, to be civil went much 'gainst her grain, yet she danced a fandango with General Fernando, this whimsical woman of Spain. 14. Old Woman of Norwich. There was an old woman at Norwich, who lived upon nothing but porridge. Parading the town, made a cloak of her gown, this thrifty old woman of Norwich. 15. Old Woman of Ealing. There was an old woman of Ealing. She jumped till her head touched the ceiling, when 2164 was announced at her door, as a prize to the old woman of Ealing. 16. Old Woman of Leeds. There was an old woman at Leeds, who spent all her time in good deeds. She worked for the poor, till her fingers were sore, this pious old woman of Leeds. End of the History of 16 Wonderful Old Women. Read by Andrea Atwood.